I'm just gonna finish the sandwich I'm eating real quick. This PB&J, and then we're gonna get into it. But right now, I'm fishing some anglerfish with my fishing barrel. So nice. I think what we're gonna do today is we gotta finish recording up a series. Speaking of which, I need to actually check what I last left off on. So we're gonna listen to this clip together. Okay. Well, sounds like past me already recorded an intro clip. We just have to go do the raid. Now, let me grab this one last angler, and we'll get into it. There we go. Also got my cup of coffee with me. Pretty sure all my what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. Oh, pretty sure all my setups are saved, so we should be okay. I've actually procrastinated the farming contract and the birdhouse run on this account the last couple of days. Actually, you know what? Speaking of birdhouse run, I don't need to do it on this account. I need to do it on the other account. That's what I need to do. We will do the farming contract here, though. Take a sip of my coffee. Oh, look, it's me. What's my next contract? White Lily? I don't want to do that. I want to just keep mine planted. Anything else? Yew tree? And we can do that. Pretty sure we can. Yew. There we go. Pay the farmer. Okay. Well, that's done with. Let's, are we on the right spellbook? We are on the right spellbook. Let me do a birdhouse run on the other account real quick, though. Am I in my own thing? I guess I am. Number 8. Hmm. Still doing my birdhouse run. Alrighty. Let me finish this birdhouse run. Let's make sure all our gear is sorted. Something doesn't look right. I'm trying to figure out what it is. No, I think we're good. I mean, to be fair, none of these setups look right. Almost done with the birdhouse run. Last one. Okay. All right, let me just make sure. I guess we will pot up, though. All right. Auto retaliate off. Quick prayers. We're going to want it to be redemption and rigor because we don't have a shadow at this point. Okay, okay. Double checking everything. All right. Well, without wasting any more time, I guess let's pot up. Divine Super Combat, Tuna, Anglerfish, and we are bringing the Anti-Venom into the raid with us. We're going to probably sip that right after Tecton. Let's get started here. Let's make sure we have our altar on. I mean, we're going to pretend that's our Berserker ring. Dragon Warhammer. You know, I'm going to have to fact check this, but I'm not sure when exactly they implemented that change to where the Elder Maul became a spec weapon. As of right now, though, I do know that we are still using the Dragon Warhammer spec, and as I said in the intro clip, we were sometime in the early 2024s with the setup, this current setup. Here we go. Let's see if we can get Tecton down after just one anvil. So finally bring the ring switch. Honestly, this was long overdue. I really wish I had implemented a ring switch sooner into my setups. But for the longest time, I just camped the light bearer. One more hit. It's 5 HP. We're not going to get it. That is unfortunate. But probably par for the course back then. There we go. Let's sip that anti-venom. All right. We're going to overload and enhance right away because we're going to be scavving anyways, as we always do. And actually, we got to make some room. We got to temporarily drop that enhance. Get the range. We are too slow on this. Just having to drop one item kind of really throws me off. I hadn't had to do that for the longest time. No big deal, though. Let's get our prayer enhanced back. Smash this crab into position, and this one lurking over here, let's run over to the other side. Smash it into place, and then we can move on ahead. Alrighty. We're going to hit the stamina pool here. And I don't see where the scavenger is. There it is. Alright, first things first, we're going to have to drop this overload and enhance just to make room. In fact, we're also going to drop one of the staminas because we need 3 inventory spaces. We're going to need inventory space for planks, mushrooms, and juice. We actually just need one more juice drop and we should be good. As with all the raids we've been doing, we target for 13 juice and 8 mushrooms, and then however many planks we can get. If we can get our hands on 8 planks, that's enough to make the biggest storage unit. Just a little extra points. But this time around, we're just doing the third option. The next best thing. Okay, we're going to equip our hammer here and our altor, actually, and then deposit everything. Pick up an axe. Chop and make our way to the entrance here and re-pick up all the pots we previously dropped. As well as get a tinderbox. So for Ice Demon here, we are going to be fanging Ice Demon. During this time, Ice Demon was not weak to Demon Main, so an Arc Light or an Ember Light, which, well, the Ember Light didn't even exist during this time, but the Arc Light would not be good on here. And as of this stage, we did not possess a Twisted Bow or a Shadow, so we won't be using those either on Ice Demon. And for the longest time, I simply just bowfed Ice Demon, but I think depending on your gear setup, using the Fang and meleeing Ice Demon is probably the next best thing, and I'm pretty sure during this era, it was definitely my best option available. Okay, that's 2 inventories full of kindling. We're just going to chop as much as we can for this third one. While we're chopping, let's make sure we organize our inventory here, so that we're ready to withdraw all our gear again. We're getting some pretty good chop RNG here. We almost got another full inventory. The luxury of today's chambers, we just have to drop the axe. Previously, we would have to keep the axe in our inventory. Okay, withdraw all, but then we're going to deposit most things here. In fact, we don't need any of our mage gear at all. Alright. Our hammer lands, which is absolutely beautiful. And this was the 5-tick method, melee method we did on Ice Demon. You just kind of have to keep clicking, walking in, I guess, a triangle, an inverted triangle is what this looks like. Now, I did only just spec once here, but I think, honestly, I should have spec twice. Because it's not like I have any spec to use for shamans anyways. During this era, I didn't have a ZCB. But we're already doing good damage. Couple more hits here. Our enhance actually ran out. There we go. Our overload ran out, so let's re-overload. And let's get to shamans. I had to double check right there that my Bofa wasn't on accurate for some reason. That has happened in the past. Okay, unfortunately we couldn't get the shaman to jump, so at this point we'll just walk it out. Oh, messed up. I've done several raids in between this episode and the previous episode, and obviously in those regular runs, I'm back to using my max gear. So for this one, I actually kind of have to readjust once again. It's been a long time since I used a Bofa, which is 4-tick, whereas the T-bow is 5-tick. And there's also the Scythe as well, which is 5-tick, and the Lance is 4-tick. Different methods we're going to be employing at Ulm. Hopefully we won't run into too many issues, though. It's just a matter of muscle memory, really. I do feel pretty comfortable doing both methods. But yeah, muscle memory. Okay, I neglected to use my thralls here, but by the time I realized, which is right now, I mean, the shaman is one shot. Here we go. I'm gonna pick up the Buchu seeds. And we are going to be full prepping, as we do in all our raids. Mentioned earlier, the magic numbers for us are 13 juice and 8 mushrooms, so 13 brews and 8 restores, which in all honesty is an over prep, but as I've showcased every single time, and I'm going to showcase again, it's very easy to prep these numbers. So you have the spade, your shrooms, and juice in your inventory. You pick lots from the gourd tree. Then you drop 4, precisely 4. This gets you exactly 21 water vials. Once you fill those vials up, you can deposit 10. In fact, I have left click set to deposit 10. You make some room in your inventory, and now you can pick up. What I like to do is pick up the 8 Buchus for my 8 mushrooms, making 8 restores. So there we go, we have 8. Clean the Buchus, and let's make the restores real quick. Once those restores are made, we put those away, then take the 10 vials we previously deposited back out. So now we have 13 vials in our inventory, and we have exactly 13 inventory spaces for the Buchu. This way, you don't have to do any counting, really. Your inventory, works out the way it does pretty naturally. We're going to make our brews as we run into the next room here, and then we'll just finish off the rest of our inventory at this chest right here. Chuck the spade and 13 brews in there, and then we're going to get all our melee gear, as well as all our mage gear. And then claws as well. Overload and enhance. A revit and 2 brews will do the trick. And we're going to open up with our mage setup. And put our trident on long range so we don't get dragged out like that. With a Fortic weapon, you can get 4 trident hits, or even a saying 4 hits on the major before it digs. We have claws now, so we're going to use that real quick. That was a mistake. Too busy talking, and we reset the vanguards, unfortunately. Now we're just going to claw again here, though. I was a little concerned about dying there because we were pretty low health, so I wasn't paying enough attention. Between talking and my health being low, that was a sketchy situation right there. Also, the thing about solo CMs or CMs in general is your inventory management. And as I said, this is not my typical setup. We are simply in the setup right now for our Rags to Riches series, our recreation of the progression we had over the years. And yeah, this is definitely not a setup I use every day on every run. And it looks real different, real foreign to me right now. But we'll make it work. I'm actually going to brew here to safe up. It's not ideal to brew not on your 15s, but hey, better to be alive than dead. Feels like we're taking a ton of damage here. But that's probably because I'm accustomed to my Torva, my Oath Plate. Just don't have the luxury of those items right now, nor did they exist, the Oath Plate anyways. But you can see here the Trident damage on the Vanguard is honestly pretty pitiful, especially in comparison to the Bofa on the Major. You know, I thought my rune pouch in my thrall book, but once again I forgot to summon my thralls. In my defense here at Vanguards though, for the longest time I used to not bring the rune pouch down here. I think for inventory space, because you can see here in my inventory I don't have a lot of room for picking up all the pots that we're going to be getting from Vanguards. I think we'll be okay though. We're going to go drop this Enhance and Overload and pick up a fresh new set. Enhance. And I'm actually going to drop this Rebit, so I can pick up the Brew. And then I'm actually going to sip this. Oh, I have 2 Overloads in my inventory. Oops. Okay, what I was going to say is I was going to sip the Enhance and then drop it, because we're going to get a new one from Vespil anyways. Honestly, same thing with the Overload. These days with the Cox changes, everything gives an Overload and Enhance, it feels like. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit here, obviously not everything. But Overload used to not, or Vespula used to not give an Overload, if I'm not mistaken. Another big change these days is I have an absolute full inventory, right? But the Cavern Grubs here are stackable. Likewise, at Ice Demons, the Kindling is stackable. Before, you would definitely have to clear your inventory. Not only for that, but actually you would have to manage your run energy, as run energy is also something they adjusted over the years. In a solo CM, we just need 30 grubs. Or in any solo chambers, you just need 30 grubs. Okay, we're going to hit the bank here. I'm going to temporarily chuck all the pots in, because we don't actually need that many brews. And my priority right now is to just get everything else that we need, which is the pickaxe, the salve, and 1 stamina. And then we're going to fill our inventory with mostly restores. And also, I'm making a mistake here. I actually need to equip my range gear and then bin everything but my thrall book in terms of mage gear. And then, because we're going to be bofaing Vespula, we actually need a lot more restores. I'm actually going to re-overload here, because it's going to run out mid-Vespula, and that could be a little inconvenient. Okay. Vespula with the Bofa is definitely very doable, but it is much, much slower than using a T-Bow or Shadow, which, shocker, slower than a mega rare item? Also, the worst thing about this, honestly, is that it is an absolute drain on your crystal charges. But hey, this is what I had to go through back then, you know? Oh, and the Bofa being a 4-tick weapon, we can actually go a little bit faster. Oh, but in doing that, we just very badly misclicked. The 8 brews, or I keep saying brews when I mean to say restores, the 8 restores that we prepped earlier really comes into play here. Most of the restores are going to be drained here at Vespula. You do have to be careful not to, accidentally use all of them, especially when you're just lacking DPS and Vespula lasts a little longer. But you can also just be patient at Vespula and rely on your prayer enhance rather than spamming revits. But revits, using revits just saves you a little bit of time. Okay, Vespula done. We got a refresh on our overload and enhance. And honestly, my inventory looks like an absolute mess right now, but we'll be okay. So here we hit the chest and we grab a bunch more brews because we're going to be doing tightrope the normal, conventional way. No fancy tightrope skips or anything like that. I am going to remember to summon my thrall here, though. There's no point in summoning a thrall at Vespula because the thrall would not reach the portal. It is out of range. That was honestly a pretty humble Deathly Major right there. Barely did any damage to us. This one, not so kind. While we're working on the Rangers here, we do flick to our melee defense. Just to give us a little bit extra defense. Or I said melee defense and range defense. I am saying all the wrong things here. Also, oh man, you know, we're like almost done with the room, but I've just made the realization that I should not be employing that step back method like that. That method is for when you have a 5-tick weapon, and that's just so you can equally trade 1-to-1 hits with the mobs there. But if you're using a Bofa, a 4-tick weapon, you should not be doing that. I was actually losing hits right there, so that was pretty foolish. But again, it's just muscle memory, like autopiloting. Bit of a rough one here. Okay, I'm gonna have to... well, first of all, we're gonna equip our pickaxe. And then we'll just grab a couple more brews. And we'll be good to go. Okay, I was a little distracted there at the chest because I just realized game sounds may not have been picking up just now, so a little unfortunate, but they should be working now. So the amount of brews we need because we don't have any mega rares and we're doing challenge mode raids, I mean, we just absolutely packed our inventory with brews. But on the flip side, if I did have a shadow, for example, I'd be bringing all my mage switches as well. Whereas in this current setup, we pretty much bank everything but our thrall book. So it's kind of a trade-off. Oh, you were on the brink of death there. Let's just protect melee and then heal up a little bit when we get the chance. So after Guardians, we're going to be entering the Vasa room, and these days, they've made changes to Vasa as well. I believe Vasa in general has a little bit less defense now. Back in the day, for the longest time, most people really suggested not to do challenge mode raids until you had a Twisted Bow. But then again, I did challenge modes anyways. The Bofa is honestly very serviceable, but to give you an idea back then, my typical Vasa would probably include 2 guaranteed teleports. Okay, I tried to go for the teleport skip there, but I didn't get it done. No big deal. I mean, we didn't do the teleport skip back then anyways. Turn our prayer on, let's summon our thrall. Okay, I think I just 5-ticked my Botha there by accident. So we do have the claws now, in which we can use on the Vasa crystal. Helps a ton. But yes, back then, a typical CM Vasa, solo CM Vasa, would be at least 2 teleports. And honestly, that might happen here, actually, because our DPS is a little poor right now. Even though I've been talking about how Vasa has less defense these days. But yeah, these hits are very, very poor right now. The EXP drops are absolutely tiny. Okay, we still do have 50% spec. I'll save it for the 3rd Vasa crystal, perhaps. So with a 4-tick weapon at Vasa, it's actually a little bit more... I don't know if intuitive is the right word, but basically you can just alternate clicking the boss and moving a tile. Whereas with the 5-tick weapon, it may be a little bit more complicated than that if you don't want to miss ticks. So we're going to send the Dragon Claws there. A couple of Fang hits. Hopefully we can finish this crystal in time before it just peels off. Okay, we're good. And I'm going to need the Botha to go nuclear here. A 0 into a 3, or was that a 1? My Thrall might have hit that 3, actually. Not looking too good here, but... Oh, there we go. There we go, 9 health. One more hit, please. That should do the trick. Very nice. Okay. We are going to re-overload here. And what I'm going to do is, because this is going to tick me below 10 health, I'm going to redemption here. So we get to 33. We're going to brew. We're going to brew. We have an overload and 2 brews to pick up from Vasa here, so we're going to make room for that. And then we're going to put on our salve. Sip our enhance because that ran out. And off we go. In the more recent setups, we don't bring a salve amulet and we simply max mage the mystics. But in this setup, we do bring a salve and we range them with our Botha. That's 1 mystic down. Let's try and maybe sneak this guy over here so we don't aggro the second one over there. Very nice. The mystics are actually being very cooperative so far. You know, sometimes that's not the case. Alright, we're gonna start to heal up here as we're entering the dreaded Mudadal room. You know, Jagex really knew what they were doing by placing that room as the last room before Ulm in this CM layout. Although I will say these days Mudadal is much more kind. And that's because they made a change where the Mamadal hits are a little bit more predictable and not entirely random. If the Mudadal mages you, it's guaranteed to mage you at least 2 more times. Okay, so unfortunately we already loaded the tendrils, so no fancy schmancy tendril skip there. Also, there is an axe, as we touched on this earlier at Ice Demon. There is an axe in the room now, whereas in the past that axe did not exist, and if you planned on doing the tree chopping method, which is honestly the most consistent way to do Mudadal, in my opinion, in solos, you would have to keep that axe on you for the entire raid. I mean, you could chuck it away in the storage temporarily, but you would have to bring it for the entire 3rd floor. Okay, once we're done chopping this tree, with our claws now, we're going to swap into full melee and dump our claws. That is absolutely tragic. our claws hit a 0. And if I was paying a bit more attention there, I should have been camping my light bear, and we should have had 2 claw specs, but that was a mistake by me. Now, I do believe the range setup is ever so slightly better DPS on the baby Muddow here, but the melee armor is obviously better defense, and the DPS difference is not that great, so I do opt to use the Fang instead of the Bowfight in that situation. So, with Muddow, there's not too much to it, honestly. You just have to brew. So there we go. It shoots out 1 mage attack, 2 mage attacks, 3 mage attacks. I'm going to switch back to range here. It could still mage, but there we go, a range hit. You definitely want to prioritize protecting range over mage, as the hits from the range attack are much, much harder than the mage attacks. Okay, Muddow room completed. And let's head to Ulm. Okay, so we are going to swap into our melee gear here. I am going to have to bin the Fang. Let's not accidentally bring the Fang into Ulm. I think I did do that on one of our runs earlier in the series, and that was unfortunate. We're not going to make that mistake. Another change that didn't, this didn't always exist, is the availability of the storage units down here. Okay, priority number 1, we're going to equip our hammer and then bank our Fang. There we go. We'll go into shared and put away all our pots just for inventory management purposes. We're not going to be bringing the claws. And, you know, this is an absolute jumbled mess right here. And, you know, full disclosure, back then I was a bit more organized with this, but... You know, it's like I see the crystal armor and the Bofa in my inventory, and I'm like, what am I looking at, you know? Like, it's a bit of a difference. Okay, so one key difference here, actually, that we're going to make is we're going to be equipping, or rather binning, the tassets in favor of bringing the buckler and the ring switch. So, again, this is another little change, and I'm being very slow right now, but... Again, this is just because, you know, I'm not actually used to the current setup we're running. So overload and enhance, 2 revits, and the rest brews. You know what, I want to say this, oh, yeah, you know, it didn't look quite right because we didn't bring our lands. Good thing we spotted that. But there we go, 5 brews, 2 restores. That is the ratio we always run with. Let's get to it. That could have been bad if we entered without a lance. That could have been very bad. But we are ready to dive in there. Okay. So with Trident, we are employing the 3-0 method. And for that to work, you can't be on long range with your Trident, so we switch off that. And right here, we should be in cycle now. When you're soloing Ulm, it's very important for phase 3 to understand what your max hits are for each of your respective styles. And right now, unfortunately, I can't tell you what my mage max hit is, so I guess we'll play it a little bit safe, but if I had to guess, it has to be like a 46, 45, 46, perhaps. Another change, and this isn't specific to Chambers or CMs, is that they also reworked magic damage distribution. For example, back then, there used to be a lot of the damage coming from the occult. But since then, it's been redistributed between several other items, and even the augury spell. So for the melee hand with a Dragon Hunter Lance, we are going to be 4-1-ing. Let's see if we can get ourselves into cycle here. Oh, portals come out. We are most definitely not in cycle right now. We're just running around like a headless chicken. Still not in cycle, and that is actually very unfortunate. This is very unfortunate right now. That is the worst placed bomb. Okay. Huh. Okay, I was expecting... Guys, I promise I know how to do this raid. I promise. It might not look like it right now, but... Okay, lightning came out. I have to miss that hit there, otherwise we would have got hit by the lightning. Yeah, we have not been in cycle for this entire melee, and not even once. But our DPS has been pretty good, and we get the job done. All right, we'll try to do that a little bit better on P2. That may have been a 3-minute and 12-second Ohm phase 1, but considering how poorly we did there, oh, it's pretty good. So we're going to send the hammer. And summon our Mage Thrall. And we're going to 3-0 Mage Hand. Honestly, the 4-tick mage running method is so simple. Once you learn it, you really can't mess it up. As you can see, we're just chilling right now. We are doing a method where we are walking some tiles, really optimizing it so that we save run energy. Although, you know, like I mentioned earlier about run energy, honestly, managing run energy is nowhere near as important these days. Our enhance ran out, so let's sip that. I've yet to see what my max hit is. If I could get a confirmation before P3, or the end of P3, that would be great. We hit a 43 and that was not the max hit there. Alright, on to the melee hand. Let's see if we can 4-1. Alright, so right now we're going to check if we're in cycle. Unfortunately, we are not. Okay, so right there, it autoed us twice. So we're going to 3-1. And we should be in cycle now. I didn't actually 3-1 there, but I did manage to stay in sync as if we were to 3-1. We're going to need a pretty humble P3 here with all the mistakes we've made on the first two phases. Yeah, the supplies really are not looking good here. A Sanguinesti staff would be great, but during this time, I didn't have one. And honestly, I had a Shadow before a Sang staff, so... Yeah, we did all these raids. Over 1,000 raids with a Trident. Okay, I actually didn't have enough prayer to summon a Thrall there, and the head didn't turn, so... Oh, unfortunate. And that is also very unfortunate. Two things right there. That portal was an absolute Narnia. And we got prayer drained immediately after we sipped our restore. I'm gonna be honest here. Right now, it's looking like we're gonna plank. Oh, we're dead. Okay. You know, for recording purposes, I'm just gonna back out of this one. And like, it was a scuffed recording from the start anyways. Because we didn't have game sounds on. Oops. But you know what? That gave us an opportunity to, get reaccustomed to our setup. That was a very tragic Olm, honestly. All right. Take a sip of my coffee real quick. My cat keeps jumping on and off my desk right now. I don't know what he's doing. Okay. You know, yeah, I could have sworn when we started the recording, game sounds were on in the recording. Actually, you guys probably couldn't hear the game sounds either. Because if it's not showing up on the live stream, then it's not showing up in the game or in the recording either. All right. I'm trying to figure out what my cat wants right now. What's up, man? Hmm? You know, sometimes he just jumps on the desk and, you know, he takes a nap next to me. But right now, he's just walking around. What you want, buddy? I don't want to make it to Ulm or even like in the middle of Tecton or something. My cat's just absolutely ragging. All right. I don't know if the mic is picking that up, but he's literally pushing my microphone arm right now. No, I'm a little scared to play a hardcore, for multiple reasons. One, you could always just die to a DC, which is out of your hands. And two, I could get griefed by my cat. Okay. You know what, screw it, we're gonna send it. Let's get into it. Let's pre-pot. So Divine Super Combat, we're gonna eat a tuna to get us back to 99, Anglerfish as an overheal, and we are gonna be bringing in the anti-venom. Okay, oh, we are missing the rune pouch. Almost forgot about that, but let's grab that, and in we go. Start the raid. Somebody has just completed Monkey Madness 2. Absolutely huge. One hammer. That hammer these days is guaranteed, that first one. Unfortunately, we missed the second one, though. And then we're going to be 5 ticking with our Osmunthum's Fang here. Full disclosure, the Fang was not kitted back then. And obviously I did not have Blood Torva either, but, fundamentally they're the same. Those are just cosmetic changes. Obviously, we've had to make a few exceptions in this setup just based on the available gear we have these days. For every setup where we've used or should have used the Bandos Tacits, we've been using the Blood Moons instead. If I'm not mistaken, offensively, the stats should be the same. And Blood Moon Tacits are actually worse than the Bandos Tacits in defense for sure. So there's the trade-off right there. Wearing Avernic Treads right now, as I've put the Primordials into the Treads, and I don't have another set of Primordials. Okay, and us only landing one hammer, this Tecton is going to be on the slower side. But this is pretty accurate to how it was back then because, the first hammer was never guaranteed. And we are still using the Dragon Warhammer in this era, even though we definitely did own an Elder Maw or 2. Maybe even 3 at this point, I'm not sure. But they did not implement that change to where Elder Maw was a spec weapon. The Elder Maw was definitely very underutilized at that point. Well, okay, I don't know if underutilized is the right term, because that might imply that the Elder Maw should have been used. I guess for it being a mega rare, it definitely should have been used, but it quite simply wasn't good. It was incredibly, incredibly niche. These days, it is an upgraded version of the Dragon Warhammer. Does a little bit more defense reduction, and it might be a little bit more accurate as well. Potentially. I'm actually not entirely sure on that. Okay, I've been busy talking here, and while this is the first raid where we bring a ring switch, I didn't even make use of it. I was camping the light bearer there the entire time. Overload and enhance picked up. Let's head on into the crab room. And we actually need to drop the enhance right there to make inventory space. Smash these crabs into position. Oh, that was weird. That crab, I lost aggro on that crab. Come here. It's not going to come in time. Unfortunate. But you know what? Between the mistakes we made at Tecton, only one hammer landing, and the mistakes we now are making at Crab Room, this is just how the solo CMs went. I didn't necessarily reset or anything like that when things went a little wrong, or if things were just a little inconvenient, like a 2+ minute Tecton. That was honestly the standard back then. Oh, I didn't even get the Mage Crystal. So we're gonna have to do that. But yeah, my objective doing solo CMs was just to have something that was nice and consistent that I could absolutely spam, because I knew the mega rare twisted bow grind was, you know, it wasn't going to be a short one, so I valued consistency over everything else. And when you run solo CMs, you actually use less supplies than running regulars. You're not going to use your own brews and restores, really. Okay, so we're going to drop the Overload Enhance and a Stamina to make 3 inventory spaces available for us, and then we're going to start scabbing. The magic number is 13 juice and 8 mushrooms, and then just, you know, however many planks we can get our hands on. Back then, scabbing was really, really bad, or it could be. Sometimes you could spend upwards of like 3-4 minutes scabbing just because of the way the drops worked. But these days it's a lot better. As you can see, we have a whopping 27 juice, 10 mushrooms, and planks available already. So let's go build the chest here. Equip our Dragon Warhammer, because we are going to be speccing Ice Demon. We'll put the secondaries in shared, deposit everything else into private. Let's grab our axe, start chopping, and make our way so that we can re-pick up the pots we dropped, as well as get a tinderbox. But yes, we are going to be Dragon Warhammering Ice Demon here, and then we're going to be using our Fang. I didn't pick up the tinderbox. Okay, we are looking real goofy on this run. Having a double back. I will say though, you know, this type of mistake early on back in 2024 was pretty detrimental and quite annoying, because I would be pretty much out of stamina at this point, and I have to run back over there to hit the energy well. But with the run energy changes these days, you know, I'm still sitting pretty healthy at like 60, 70 stamina or run energy right now. So talking about Ice Demon, back then, Ice Demon did not have the Demon Bane weakness. So obviously an Ember Light did not exist, but even an Arc Light would not be good on Ice Demon. And because we're soloing CMs and we're not, you know, employing any fancy speedrun tech, we're not going to be spellbook swapping, so we're not going to be using fire spells. We're just going to be on the Archaea spellbook using Thralls. Our best option here is to Dragon Warhammer spec and then use our Fang. For the longest time, though, we did use our Bofa instead of meleeing, but at some point I discovered that my melee setup with the Fang was actually better than the Bofa setup. So we're going to withdraw everything, but actually we're going to put about half these things away again. Summon our Thrall. And let's open up with the Dragon Warhammer spec, and we're actually going to send another one, because it's not like we're going to make use of our spec at Shamans, as we don't have a ZCB in the setup. So this is the melee 5-tick method on Ice Demon, and honestly it is pretty tedious. I'm just clicking every single tick, and I'm kind of moving in this inverted triangle type of movement, I suppose. And I messed up there, and that's actually very bad, because not only am I overloading right now, I just took a 29. Okay, we're at 20 health, and we don't have any food. So we'll just have to be very careful at Shamans. This has not been the smoothest run by any stretch of the imagination. It's a combination of me just busy focusing on talking, and also just being unaccustomed. Is that a word? I don't know if that's a word. Not being used to the setup that we're using right now, because these days we have a max setup that looks very, very different than what we're currently using. But you know what? That's the premise. Dude, I can't speak. You know what? I might have to cut this out. But yeah, that's the point of the series. We're recreating the different setups we used over the course of the last 2 to 3 years. Okay, things are looking real bad right now, actually. We're going to start flicking rigor here, because we're just relying on our enhance to upkeep our prayer. And typically this would not be an issue. Our prayer situation would be very good. But because of all the mistakes we were making, it's just compounded. Okay, so we're gonna try and safe spot this guy too. Oh, thank you. The second shaman was really cooperative. Yeah, these days we would probably be expending some spec energy here for a ZCB spec. Or we would be utilizing more spec at Ice Demon, because we would be using an Emberlight. Anyways, moving on to prep, we are going to be prepping the exact same way as we've done in all our other raids. So we're going to plant the Buchu. And then we're going to store away the overload and enhance and shared. Deposit everything else. We're going to take the spade back out. We're going to need exactly 13 juice and exactly 8 mushrooms. With the spade and those resources in our inventory, we're going to take vials and then drop 4 of them. Start filling up these vials. We now have exactly 21 water vials in our inventory. And obviously we're going to be making 13 brews, 8 restores. You do the math. Okay, so with 21 vials now filled, we're going to store 10 away. You can see that I do this every time because, well, I have left click deposit 10. We're going to start picking up Buchu now, and we're actually only going to get 8 at first here for our 8 restores. There we go, 8 Buchus. We're going to start making the restores. Once we have those made, we're going to put those away. We're going to take the 10 vials we previously deposited back out. We now have 13 vials in our inventory. And conveniently enough, we have 13 inventory spaces so that we can pick up 13 Buchus. Unfortunately, that herb patch broke, but that's why we plant in both patches. "13 Buchu leaves acquired." Let's clean those and start making our brews as we make our way to the next room here. "13 brews made." We'll store those away. And then we actually should not be withdrawing all there. But we are going to grab all our melee gear and all our mage gear, as well as the dragon claws, and then the rune pouch as well, so that we can thrall. That's everything we need. Restore and 2 brews, and obviously the overload and enhance, in which we can actually drop now, because we're just going to get a refresher after finishing Vanguards. A whole new set. We're actually going to open up with our mage gear, and we're going to set our trident on long range, so just so we know we can reach things. And then, with our recently acquired dragon claws, we're going to spec and hit a 0. That is tragic. We're going to follow this ranger. The ranger is the only one in which you can step under and hide from it. You can't do this on the melee or the mage. They will find a way to path towards you. With a 5-tick weapon, it's actually optimal to step under the vanguards between your hits. The Trident DPS on the vanguards is honestly pretty pitiful. But, I mean, this was the only weapon we had at the time. We did not possess a Sanguinesti staff. We actually got a Shadow before we ever got a Sang staff. And obviously during this era, we didn't have any Mega Rares. We were trying our hardest to get a Twisted Bow for our first Mega Rare, but unfortunately that didn't happen. The way it played out is that I spent all my time, my initial time, going for a Twisted Bow, didn't end up getting it, moved on to TOA, managed to get the Shadow there, and then a Scythe, and ironically, the Mega Rare I was trying to get first was the last Mega Rare I actually acquired. Almost done with Vanguards here. A few more hits on this Major, and then we gotta go finish off the melee. Oh, let's not do that, okay. Let's not run in the melee range of the melee when we can safe spot it. That should do the trick. Okay. Okay, we're definitely going to pick up an Overload and an Enhance, and then just as many of these Revits and Brews as we can hold. We're actually going to sip this Enhance and drop it. Now, this is more of a new thing. Back then, I would just beeline to the chest and put away all our gear and all our potions. But these days, because the grubs are just stackable in one inventory slot, you just need one inventory space. And you can start picking grubs on your way to the chest and the feeding trough. Another thing is I would always deposit the pots, right? And, you know, obviously that was for the inventory space reasons, but also for run energy reasons. But these days with the run energy changes, run energy is an afterthought, honestly. It's not something you really have to think about. So I did put away my mage gear, but I did keep my melee gear, and obviously I have my range gear equipped. We're not going to be needing the mage gear for any part of the rooms. We're going to bring it back out for Ulm. But the only mage related thing we need is the rune pouch and the Book of the Dead for thralls. Okay. We have enough grubs. The magic number is 30 in solo scales for both regular and chambers, or challenge mode. From the private storage, we are going to need our pickaxe, our salve, one of the staminas, and that is it. We're going to go into shared, overload, mostly restores, and then a couple of brews just in case. We're going to go ahead and re-overload right now. Okay, unfortunately, we need one more grub. Also, unfortunately, we got distracted by that. I was going to purposely proc my redemption to get more health back, but I got distracted by the feeding trough. So we're just gonna spend a brew here. 3 doses to heal back up. Our quick prayers are set to redemption and rigor. In max gear, you would be shadowing it. So you would want to set it to augury instead of rigor. The most painful thing about these runs back then was how many crystal charges I was burning, especially here at Vespula. You can see here that every single tick of damage hit splat. That's some crystal charges being burned right there. I don't know if it's the case these days, but the general rule of thumb, or the general vibe everybody followed, was that you shouldn't do challenge mode raids until you actually have a twisted bow. Before the existence of the Tumican Shadow, the T-bow was the best at Vespula here, and I mean honestly best in every single room that you don't melee. But honestly, the Bofa is very viable. It was viable back when I did this grind 2 to 3 years ago, and it's still viable now. Even more so now because they have made changes in certain rooms. For example, we're going to get to Vasa in a couple of rooms here, and they actually reduced the defense on Vasa, or something like that, to where not only is the Bofa more expensive, more viable, it's also other things like the Bofa, I said Bofa, other things like the blowpipe, I should say, are also viable at Vasa. Whereas before it was like, you know, if you don't have a twisted bow, what are you really doing? Again, I'd like to point out that the Bofa has always been an exception, but you'll see when we get to Vasa that we are going to have to experience several teleports. Back in the day, it was pretty standard for me to at least experience like 2 teleports, maybe even a third one if things were not going great. Okay, so right there, I was doing a step back method just out of habit. It's actually not optimal to do. You shouldn't do it at all if you're using a 4-tick weapon like the Bofa. But if you're using a Shadow or a Twisted Bow, which is 5-tick, you definitely would want to step back just so you trade hits 1-to-1 with the mobs here. But if you're using a Bofa, which is 4-tick, you don't want to be doing that. Of course, do step back, though, when you are taking massive damage. During this recording, I am live streaming right now. What's going on, Hutch? How you doing? Our enhance ran out, so we're going to reset that. Now, you can see right here, I don't even have to explain it, the Rangers are hitting like crazy. Which is why I'm trying to switch into some better range defense in between my own hits to better tank, although evidently it really didn't do much there. So I was doing some funky things there at Tightrope. Things that I should be doing if I was using a 5-tick weapon, like I said. I am just trying to, you know, balance out. Oh, why do I have 2 overloads? You know, we're an absolute mess right now. Okay, we're going to swap into our melee gear. We can put that away. Melee gear with the pickaxe. Okay, let me double back to what I was trying to say at Tightrope. You know, it feels like I'm just saying things and not really making much sense. But yeah, so the setup we're using right now is not something that we use these days. We have max gear. So we're having to kind of get used to these old setups again. Whereas back in the day, obviously, I'd be using this setup for hundreds of raids, multiple times a day. So I was used to it. But right now, we're almost relearning in a sense. So we're making some errors here and there. Honestly, right now, you know, while we're just chilling at Guardians, I'm thinking back to what we were saying at Tightrope, and we might have to just cut out that segment. You know, I don't know what I was talking about. I was focusing on not dying, and then realizing I was making some mistakes, and then trying to speak at the same time. It was a recipe for disaster right there. But we're back on track now. You know, Guardians, you don't have to think too much about this. Yep, at the moment, we are doing the Rags to Riches series. I believe we're on episode 4 right now. That's uploaded, but we're just trying to record some more. We're currently recording episode 8, and we still have some more episodes lined up. More gear setups to work with, and even when we're caught up to our max gear, I do have some ideas in mind. I don't know if I'm necessarily gonna keep it in the Rags to Riches series, but I do have more ideas in mind for these raid runs we're doing. So this setup is the first time we actually have a decent spec weapon. Dragon Claws right there. In fact, that was a max hit on that first spec. Very nice. So we get rid of the Vasa Crystal fairly quickly there. Obviously, if you have a Twisted Bow, that is the best weapon available for Vasa. But I will say, though, because the Twisted Bow is a 5-tick weapon, it makes doing Vasa a little bit more awkward. Because during Vasa, not only do you obviously have to hit the boss, but the boss is going to be throwing rocks at you, and you're going to have to dodge those. With a 4-tick weapon like the Bofa, I don't know if intuitive is the right word, but it's very simple to do because you simply click the boss, you click the move, you click the boss, you click the move, and rinse and repeat. But if you do this method with a 5-tick weapon like a crossbow or the twisted bow, you end up actually losing hits. You're going to have to do a bit of fancy footwork to dodge the rocks and still consistently hit Vasa. So right now, this Vasa is going much, much better than if we were to be doing Vasa back in 2013, 2014. We would not be doing as much damage, that's for sure. We would be experiencing some teleports. We do get one right here, but I mean, right after this teleport, we're pretty much done with Vasa. Whereas in the past, we would probably have to do another set of crystals and another teleport. And sometimes, with really, really bad RNG, it'd be even worse than that. So right here, we're going to take our time, actually. Our overload had like 40 seconds left. We're going to re-overload. We're going to sip a bunch of brews. Drop this overload, sip a restore. Pick up the overload and 2 brews that Vasa dropped. Now, we can make our way over to the next room, which is Mystics. So we're going to have the salve equipped. My complete inability to speak back at Tightrope is still haunting me, even though I'm a few rooms past that now. And I'm not gonna lie, it's really making me question if I should just re-record this run. But you know what? I think we'll keep it in. It's fine, you know? Maybe people can have a good laugh, or maybe get really confused because I'm just speaking a whole lot of nonsense during that room. Anyways, here we are at Mystics. In a range setup, we do have the salve on, but in a max setup, we would be in max mage, and we wouldn't bring a salve into our runs at all. We'd be shadowing Mystics. Okay, we're gonna run through the Mystics here. Hopefully we don't get Mike Tyson'd. I'm gonna need that green one to stop maging me, though. There we go. Our Thrall is still on the other side of the room, so we're just gonna resummon it. One more Mystic. The next and final room is the Mudadal room. I gotta say, Jagex probably intentionally put this room last because they know how brutal this room can be, and it'd be incredibly frustrating to die in that room and lose half your points at this stage. But in saying that, these days, Mudadal room is a lot better than it used to be. For one thing, there's an axe available in the room. Previously, in your CM runs, you would have to keep the axe that you pick up from Ice Demon and put that in your storage and then carry it throughout floor 3 here. But now there's an axe available in the room. Okay, I'm actually going to brew here. I was trying to be efficient here and only eat when we got an EXP drop on the tree, but we're getting absolutely piled on right now. Yeah, sometimes the baby doll is just very rude. It stood right next to me, but it decided to range anyways. With all the brews we prepped, honestly, half the brews get disappeared in this room. Okay, that is the tree chopped, and what we're going to do here is swap to our melee gear here. The Fang is slightly less DPS than the Bofa setup, but you are also much tankier in this setup. With our newly acquired claws, we're going to be dumping both specs there, although I don't think I did too much damage from those, unfortunately. And then we're just going to be employing the step under method and fanging the baby Mudadal here. Alrighty. Now I said the Mudadal room is much better these days, and this is why. Besides the axe thing, is that Mudadal is slightly more predictable now. What I mean is the attacks used to be completely random, whether it maged you or ranged you, but these days, if it mages you once, it's guaranteed to mage you at least 2 more times. So we're expecting 1 more mage hit right there, and then we're going to swap back to range. While it could still mage us, we're going to swap back to range because the range hits are what really smack you in this room. That's Mudadal room completed. Okay, we're just gonna heal up to full. We are gonna re-overload and enhance 1 more time before we enter the Olm fight. But in our prep, 13 brews and 8 restores, we have plenty of extra supplies. Supplies are never a concern with that type of prep. You can see here, we have a lot of supplies. Some of it's actually in random dosages, so we're going to have to fix that real quick. First things first, we're going to take out the Dragon Warhammer and bank the Osmumtum's Fang. We don't want to accidentally bring that in. And then I'm actually going to deposit all here and just manually withdraw everything that I need. I want the mage gear at the top and then the range gear below it, because we're not going to need to pull the range gear until the final head phase. Obviously, we're going to need our Dragon Hunter Lance, our Rune Pouch, our Stamina Pots, and we do bank the Crystal Helm. And another adjustment we're making, actually, in the setup is that we're going to be banking the Tassets. This is just so we have more inventory space to work with, although it does make our inventory look a bit funky here, so we're just going to take the time to adjust things where we need to. And then once we're set with that, we obviously overload enhance 2 restores, And I did say I had to manually decant some of these potions, so there we go. So on this run, we're really taking our time here. We're spending a lot of time at the storage unit, but obviously back then I already had everything figured it out. I was used to how things were and where everything was, so I'd be fairly quick on it, but because I'm just recreating the setups here, I'm actually not very used to them. So I'm just taking my time to make sure I have everything I need. Alright, so we're going to open up with the Dragon Warhammer spec like we always do. And we're going to start mage running. Our trident should not be on long range, otherwise that happens. And off we go. I actually don't know what my mage max hit is. I don't know what any of my max hits are, actually, and I would say knowing your max hit for each respective attack style is important information, especially for phase 3. That way you don't accidentally kill the hands. So 3-0 mage running is very simple, and as it implies, you take 0 damage. I am doing a bit more of an optimized method here to preserve run energy, as you can see that I'm walking a few tiles. But again, talking about run energy changes, not really as important these days. Into the melee 4-1. It autoed us twice there, so we're gonna 3-1 one time here. And we should be back in cycle. Got the acid trail on us. We're gonna do our best to at least partially avoid it. And there we go. Honestly, a fairly clean phase 1 there. But yeah, we did bank our tacits in favor of inventory space for our potions. And honestly, you could just do away with bringing the tacits in general in the entire raid. But the thing about solo CMs and CMs in general is that you actually have a lot of inventory space, or I should say, more specifically, you have a lot of room to bring in as many switches as you can, because you're going to be prepping after some damageless rooms anyways. And then you can just store away things you need, and by the time you get to Ohm, if you feel like you need more supplies and less switches, you can just not bring the switches. You can just store them away. You know, before I started this run, I didn't actually check the charges I have in my trident. Hopefully we don't run out. I haven't seen or haven't noticed a chat notification of any kind on my charges situation, so I imagine we should be okay. I may have said this in the previous episodes in this series, but I'll say it again. I do feel like the 3-0 and the 4-1 methods for solo ohm are more satisfying to do than the methods with the scythe and the shadow respectively. But obviously those methods are much better DPS, and I don't think you could convince anybody to purposely do the less DPS methods. Got struck by the lightning there, a bit unfortunate. We are okay though. Let's see if we can get into cycle here. Okay, so that was one auto attack. That was two auto attacks. So just like in P1, we're going to 3-1 one time, and then we should be back in cycle. I did brew there at 42 health, and that's because the max hit is a 43, and I'm just not taking that chance. Over the course of my thousands of chambers runs, especially in challenge mode, there's been instances where I'm exactly at 43 health, and I'm just thinking, there's no way it's going to off-prey max me. And lo and behold, it does, so I'm not taking that risk. Although, admittedly, sometimes I do take that risk, and then I get punished. And a lot of times I'm in that situation simply because I'm doing my best to optimize my DPS and only eat my brews on the 15-second overload timers. I'm just like very reluctant and don't want to lose my DPS, but hey, you know, when you die, you lose a lot more DPS. Okay, here we are on P3. Unfortunately, our hammer missed, but during the mage phase here, we're going to be camping the light bear to get some spec back. We'll be able to spec at least one more time when we're back on the melee hand. Also, while we're taking 0 damage here, mage running, I am going to take the opportunity to heal up. I actually just misclicked my brew there, so that was kind of tragic. Didn't actually click it. Overload timer is about to hit 230. That's when I brew. And at 215. Way back in the day when I was being taught chambers by some clanmates, they were explaining the concept of eating on your 15s to keep your stats up. And for the longest time, I didn't understand what they were talking about because, you know, when you enter a raid, there's a lot of numbers on your screen. You know, there's the enhanced timer, there's the overload timer, there's the raid timer, and then there's your raid points and all that. And I'm just thinking, what are you talking about on your 15s? And turns out it's your overload timer. So right now it's at 149, 148, 147, 145, we eat. That's what it means. Okay. Let's make sure we don't finish off the mage hand there as we're on P3. And let's actually spec. Well, first we gotta get to this portal. Okay, we dodged the flame wall, but we're kind of stuck over here. Alright, let's run over there. Very fortunately, the hammer lands, and because we've been camping the light bear, we actually have spec twice, and we got 2 hammers that land. Fantastic. Alright, let's try to get into cycle now. Oh, out comes the poison. I'm taking a lot of damage here, both from the poison and just in general. But I am staying in cycle here. Also, because our P1 and P2 were relatively clean, we actually have a ton of supplies here on P3 to use, and for head phase as well. Oh, we get a ruby. It's nice and early. Fantastic. And we're going to be 4-to-1ing head phase here. So we do have our twisted buckler now for the head phase. And it's actually a relatively big DPS increase having the buckler. So these head phases should be a bit quicker from this point on. Especially if we get rubies like that nice and early. Oh, we're standing in poison. Again, I do my best to try and eat on my 15s, but you know, when you're in chance range, you just gotta sip that brew. And you know you're about to get hit, you know? For example, right here. Okay, one more hit should do the trick. It's just 37 health. Okay, actually messed up there. Sip a brew. And we get an Elder Maw. No way. Were we just speaking about Elder Maws earlier? I don't know. We may have been. That is our 5th Elder Maw. And for those of you that don't know, the Elder Maw is on the Mega Rare drop table here at Chambers. So anytime you get an Elder Maw or a Kodai, same thing with the Kodai, it could have been the Twisted Bow. That is our 5th Elder Maw on the account, 2 Kodais and just 1 Twisted Bow. Wow. 1242 CMKC, most of it solos. Likewise with the regular KC, most of it is solos as well, almost 400 there. I can't believe we got a purple, and not only was it a purple, we got an Elder Maw. Wow. I see. We got an Elder. Dude, what? Dude, we got an Elder Maw. What the? Hmm. Okay, well, I guess we're going to move on to our 9th setup here. All right, what's the difference in this setup? Oh, we use an Elder Maw now. Okay. Wow, how fitting. How fitting. Oh, we got a ZCB as well? Oh my goodness. Okay, I have notes here. Oh, we have a shadow. How did I overlook that? How did I overlook that? Holy crap, dude. Oh, man. That is crazy. Okay, where's our chug jug? We'll just add it to the setup. Chugging, barrel, tuna, anglerfish. I'm still kind of like in shock that we got an elder monk. Okay. Uh, that is the correct one. Okay. Congrats on the 95 Slayer. That's better than my. You know what? We actually needed this Elder Maw. We needed this Elder Maw. For 416 hero. Okay. Welcome back to Rags to Riches. We are now on episode 9, and this is a big one. You'll see here in my inventory. I'm going to waste this angler. I need the inventory space real quick. Swap into our mage gear. We have a Tumikin's Shadow now. We are now in mid-2024 in terms of gear progression here. We pulled the Shadow sometime in July 2024. And obviously this is the big ticket upgrade here. But beyond that, around this era, the Elder Maw became a spec weapon. So we're going to be utilizing that now. And funny enough, I'm not going to say too much here, although I kind of just gave it away. But if you guys haven't caught episode 8 already, do check that out. Anyways, we pulled the ACB sometime in mid-July. And actually, before we got the ACB, we actually got the Nihil Horn. So we got the Nihil Horn, and we did, what's the boss called? Sarah, Commander Ziliana, shortly afterwards to get the ZCB. Basically, in the early to mid 2024, we were doing a whole lot of next because not long ago before that, we got the Torva pieces, or the Zerite Van braces, I should say. But yeah, lots of big upgrades in this setup. The Shadow, the Elder Maw being a spec weapon, the ZCB that we're now going to be using in place of the Dragon Claws. Anyways, without wasting any more time, I suppose let's get geared up here. And let's pot up. Eat our angler. We're actually going to just bring one in. And you know what? I've noticed a slight mistake here. We don't need the salve, so we actually have a ton of inventory space. We don't need the salve because we are going to be using mage for mystics. Anyways, let's get started here. We finally get to use the Elder Maw and scratch all of that. I forgot my rune pouch. Let's reset. Repotted. Got my rune pouch this time. Let's get into it. As always these days, the first hammer spec is guaranteed, but very fortunately enough, we also landed the second one. We are 5-tick fanging here, but you know what? We're going to have to run the numbers, or we should have ran the numbers anyways. I think depending on the number of hammers we land, the Elder Maw could be better 6-ticking than the Fang 5-ticking. But we're not going to think too much about it. Who cares, you know? We're not trying to speed run or anything right now, so we'll just stick to using the Fang here. Good DPS. There we go. And funny enough, I just noticed I didn't have my defender on there. Oops. Anyways, moving on. Moving on to Crab Room here. Crab Room has always been the same. Except now we get to waste shadow charges doing this room. Okay, and then we're going to move on up over here. Smash this crab into place. And there's actually a crab very conveniently lurking next to the melee crystal already, so we'll smash that one into place. So this is a big raid. We have our hands on our first mega rare finally. Now doing this Rags to Riches series, this recording, I've done it in several recording sessions. This is probably the second or third recording session. So it really doesn't feel like a long time coming recording these series, these episodes that we have to shadow. But let me tell you, at this point, it's been months, maybe over a year, honestly. I tried so hard to get a twisted bow, did not get a twisted bow. Instead, once I burnt out of doing chambers, I went to do TOA, and I got a Tumican Shadow. Although, to be fair, if I recall correctly, the Tumican Shadow was my 25th purple, so I wasn't exactly lucky on the Shadow either. But I definitely wasn't incredibly dry. Okay, I have absolutely messed up my inventory here. I don't know what's going on. Let's go fix that. Well, first, let's chuck away the secondaries. Okay, we're going to want to be in our melee setup with our hammer. And we'll deposit everything else. One of the main difficulties I'm experiencing as I'm doing this Rags to Riches series is that basically every single raid, something is changing with my inventory setup. And back then, I'd be doing one particular inventory setup for hundreds of raids at a time. But here, we're switching every single raid, and my inventory looks different, the items look different, and it's just absolutely confusing me, honestly. So when we're at the chest and stuff, I'm definitely taking a lot longer than I would have back then, because I'm just trying to figure things out. And the change in inventory and the change of items affects me a lot. As you can see, I forgot to pick up the tinderbox. I don't know if I'm really explaining it well, but when something changes in my setup, it just throws off a lot of things in my runs. But here we are, we're making it work. Wasting a bit of time here, but you know what? These runs aren't meant to be speedy by any means. Ice Demon remains the same though in all these runs. We're just chopping 2 inventories and some change. A bit of a balance between speed of getting Ice Demon to proc, as well as just farming up some points. Now, I mentioned that I've been recording this series in different recording sessions, and between those recording sessions, I will also default to just running some more regular CMs in my max setup. So between the recording sessions, I get used to my max setup again, only to come back into a recording session and I'm using a BOFA rather than a twisted bow. For the longest time in the series, I've been using a trident instead of a shadow, but now we have the shadow again. You know, we couldn't use an Elder Maw, now we have it. I'm too busy talking and I didn't even get to deposit. Absolute tragedy. Okay, so what we're going to do here, now that we have a shadow, is we're just going to send the one Elder Maw spec, and that's because we're going to want spec for shamans, because not only do we have the shadow now, we also have the ZCB. So we're going to be able to ZCB one of the shamans. Now this is a method I also haven't done in a long time, because these days in a max setup, I would be bringing an Emberlight and I'd be meleeing Ice Demon. But during this era where I had the Tumican Shadow and Ice Demon was not weak to Demon Bane yet, this was the method. And I believe, actually, you don't even have to protect range. I forgot to summon my throw. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, it's like when the gear changes, my brain is just short-circuiting, honestly. As I'm just like, what is going on? Things are different. This is not how I normally do things. But you know what? That's actually the whole point of this series, right? The constantly changing gear as we progressed our Ironman from some pretty scuffed gear back on episode 1 to now. Honestly, the gear we have that we're using in this raid is pretty respectable. I mean, we have pretty much max mage, at least for its time. During this era, this was definitely max mage. Okay. Now, I do believe... Okay, we're going to double back here because our inventory is full, and typically what I do before Ice Demon even spawns is I get rid of a whole bunch of things. So I get rid of my lance, pickaxe, dragon hunter crossbow, the stamina pots. I don't need any of that. If I'm not mistaken, despite having the shadow, the BOFA was still better DPS for shaman specifically. We're going to try to get it to jump into the safe spot here. There we go, ZCB. Shaman's not really cooperating. There's the purple guys right there, so we're just going to walk it out here. Let's see if this one will jump into the safe spot. We're just going to tank the purple guys here. Okay, never mind. We tanked the purple guys there, and we didn't get the shaman to jump, so... we lost in all aspects there. Okay, shaman room completed though. Let's pick up the Buchu seeds. Once again, prep room, nothing changes. We're going to be prepping the exact same way as we have done in all the raids. The reason why I've been doing challenge mode raids is because, well, it is consistent. You know what you're expecting, and once you have a strategy down, you just repeat it. So with that being said, we're going to take our spade, 13 juice, 8 mushrooms, fill our inventory up with vials, but drop 4 of those, we have exactly 21 vials. We're going to be making 13 brews and 8 restores. Chuck 10 of them away for now. If we're thinking about the timeline of things here, so we're currently in mid-2024 with this setup, and before TOA, before the big TOA grind, obviously I did do some TOA early to get myself a Light Bearer and a Fang, but I didn't camp TOA. I came back to Chambers after the Fang and Light Bearer and did a whole bunch of solo CMs, didn't get the Twisted Bow. And then I take a detour and start going ham on TOAs. I think by the time I pulled the Shadow, I was somewhere in the 400s, KC-wise, running experts. Like 350s, 390s, 400s. And then I managed to get my Tumican Shadow on the 25th TOA purple, which, by the way, the Shadow is a 1 in 24. And then I made my way back to Chambers. And like I said earlier, at this time I was also doing a ton of necks with a few clanmates. So we have the ZCB now as well, and we're going to be putting that on long range, and that's just so we can reach the far vestibule, or not vestibule, Vanguard, in case the one on the far side is the major, so we don't get dragged out. And also, in order to get your opening hit on Vespula to be a ZCB hit, you also do have to put it on long range for that. Let's summon our Thrall. I have a tendency to forget to summon our Thrall here at Vanguards, and that's just because we didn't always bring Thralls to Vanguards in favor of inventory space. Alright, I hit the melee or the range Vanguard here a little too hard, so we reset Vanguards. That's unfortunate. Dragging things in our inventory. Oh, and I just remembered the Shadow is actually better than the Bofa or the Mage Vanguard. So we shouldn't even be using our range setup here in this room at all. Oh, there I go again, clicking on my my range setup. It just makes sense. But yeah, the Shadow is so strong that it's actually better than the Bofa for this Vanguard right here. I guess the downside is, though, we're sitting in our Ancestral and we're just made of paper. I'm going to utilize the Fangs back here. Unfortunately hit a 0. Should be able to finish the Vanguards in this rotation. Well, not if our Mega Rare Mage Weapon hits a 5. Or even a 0. That's unfortunate. Oh, another 0. My Thrall has been doing more damage. Alright, one more dig. Yeah, the Vanguard room can be frustrating sometimes because they just dig so quickly sometimes. Of course, it didn't help that we reset Vanguards as well. That's our own fault. Okay, it took a little longer due to our own mistakes, but Vanguard's finished. So I mentioned opening up Vespula room with a ZCB spec, so we're going to be switching into our range gear here, just for the ZCB. Let's dump some of these potions to make room. So typically in thieving room here at this chest, this is when you want to sort your inventory out for the rest of the raid. In the next couple of rooms, you can hit the chests when they're available to grab more brews or restores, whatever you might need. But item-wise, you should have everything you need for the rest of the rooms. Now, in this specific setup, this is where it got interesting. I need all 3 of my setups, but inventory space is real rough here. I have my full crystal set, and I think during this era, I elected to drop my crystal helm from the setup. I still brought it into the raid, obviously, but okay, so we're going to be making our way over to Vespula, and Vespula is going to be much better now because we have the Tumican Shadow, which is actually even better than the Twisted Bow for Vespula. Okay, as I ran into Vespula room, I made the realization I now need to adjust my quick prayers. There we go. Oh my, we almost planked. That was very fortunate right there. We're all sorted now, though. So compared to all our previous runs where we would be bofoing Vespula, we brought in much less brews, or I should say, restores. Because, well, Vespula room just ends that much quicker. The DPS difference is that big. With the Bofa setup, we're probably burning like 5 restores at the very least. But with the Shadow setup, we're using like 2 to 3. Now we're heading over to Tightrope, and I'm actually very unsure here, and I don't quite remember. But I get the feeling. Okay, let's get another brew here. I get the feeling that I used to just shadow everything at Tightrope. Now, because the shadow is a 5-tick weapon, and the mobs here, the NPCs here, attack. I don't know what their exact attack rate is, but you definitely have to step back so that you can more efficiently trade your attacks one to one. Okay, so far with our DPS here, I think I am right in assuming that the Shadow is going to be better than the Bofa here. I think Shaman Room is the only exception, where the Bofa is surprisingly better DPS than the Shadow. So yeah, we're going to be shadowing, swapping into some ranged defense gear. At least gear that's better defense than Ancestral. And then stepping back. One more of these Rangers. So the Shadow's power heavily relies on damage, magic damage percentage. So it was honestly very fortunate in a way that I did do as much chambers as I did. Enough to get full Ancestral, so that by the time I had my Tumican Shadow, well, it was already very powerful. I didn't have like a weird era where I had the Shadow, but I was wearing like Mystics or Arims or anything like that. Okay, so here is where we have to do a little thinking here. So, while we have a ton of gear in our inventory, I think I elected to bin the Crystal Helm, and I also elected to sip the stamina and put that away as well. And then I just sort my inventory out here with brews and restores. This is because I needed brews to survive the Muddledal room, but I didn't quite have the inventory space as I did before with this setup. So dropping the Crystal Helm and the Stamina Pot allows me to bring 2 more brews. Our DPS is going to be a little worse here at Vasa. It's not like we can use the Shadow on Vasa. We have to range it. But it should still be okay. Also, obviously, before the raid even started, we also banked the salve. So as we finish up Guardians here, we're also going to drop the Overload so that we make room so that we can equip our Bofa, because we're going to be de-equipping the Pickaxe and Defender. We're going to need that inventory space. Couple more hits here. There we go. Our overload timer is still 3.5 minutes long. That's going to be more than enough for Vasa here. And plus we'll get a new one. Did not even think about the teleport skip there. So right here we can actually swap our ZCB back to Rapid. Forgot to summon our Thrall, so let's do that now. Oh, I know I dropped our Crystal Helm, but we should probably have our Crystal Legs on. What, 1? But yeah, when I got to this inventory setup, it was a bit strange. I had to do some figuring out. The lack of brews, the lack of inventory space to get through floor 3 was pretty frustrating. I definitely had a fair bit of raids where I died just because I was trying to bring all my items, but I just simply couldn't do it, right? Because I would just get slapped by Mudadal, and I just wouldn't have enough brews in my inventory. But I think this exact setup right now for floor 3 is the compromise I made. I dropped the Crystal Helm. Less DPS on Vasa, but ultimately I think this will allow me to get through Mudadal. This was a weird time as I didn't have the Twisted Bow. So for the Mudadal room, while my DPS was good on the Baby Doll, using the Shadow on it, my DPS still wasn't good for the Mama Dial using a Bofa. Okay. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to finish it right there, but we ended up finishing it, so very nice. We're going to go ahead and sip this overload and then brew up. But yeah, even on this run, actually, you can see that we don't quite have as many brews as we've been used to in the previous Rags to Riches videos. Okay, heading into Mystics, we are now in our Mage setup. No longer Bofa Mystics with a salve. This Mystic has a sliver of health left, but just won't go down. There we go. This Mystic actually found its way over here. Interesting. It's honestly pretty rare that this happens, but we'll just lure it the same way we lured the first one. Usually this Mystic is in the corner, the far corner over there. One more Mystic to go. Let's heal up for the Mudadal room. We're going to swap into some tankier armor here. Kind of a hybrid between range defense and mage defense. And then we're going to start chopping the tree here. And continuing to just keep our health high as possible. In between hits here, we're going to brew. And even restore as our prayer is running a little low as soon as we get the chance to. There we go. So the Shadow doing so much more DPS than the Bofa would, I actually accidentally let the Mudadal heal there. If the Baby Doll reaches below 50%, it is going to run to the tree and start healing. Oh my goodness, we just ate a 37. So just as we've done in previous runs, Except now with a shadow and mage setup rather than the fang, we're going to be stepping under and then hitting and then stepping under. We're absolutely getting destroyed right now. The downside of the mage setup is we're much, much squishier. Although I think we're just getting unlucky in general right now. This is not a good situation as we have just one one brew against the Momadile. We do ZCB Specker though. I tick ate that, and I missed the tick eat on that second one. Unfortunately, we go down. And you know what? I suppose that would happen. We kind of spoke it into existence because a couple minutes ago, I did just speak about how during this era, we were struggling with floor 3 a little bit due to our inventory space. But I gotta say, the amount of damage we took for the baby Mudadao was... I think that was an anomaly. Can't speak. I can't say the word right now. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. It was out of the ordinary. That's not going to happen every raid. So yeah, that was very unfortunate. It always sucks to die, especially like that at Mudadao Room. Realistically, in order to preserve our points, we should have considered running out of the room. The moment we saw we only had one brew left. We're about to get jumped. Yeah, this room is where I really, really feel the difference between a Bofa and a Twisted Bow. Because the damage just absolutely piles on you. Anyways, that is Mudadao Room completed. On to Ulm we go. Equip our melee gear here. And let's drop those. Sort our inventory out. We're going to smuggle this bronze axe out of here. Bank our fang. And then just as we did in the previous run, we're going to bank our tacits as well. That will allow us to keep the same brew restore ratio as we've always had, which is 2 restores and 5 brews. Let's go ahead and pre-pot now. And in we go. So for this setup, now that we have the Elder Maw, we actually have to drop a brew on the ground so that we can equip our Elder Maw. So big change with the Tumukin Shadow now. No longer are we 3-0 maging. We are now employing a 12-0 method with the Shadow. And then on the other side, there's an 8-1 method. So with the Shadow, despite it being so much more powerful, the methods are a little bit more complex. And as I've said in previous runs, it's arguably a little less satisfying than the 3-0 running. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to properly describe this train of thought here. But the method just doesn't seem as aesthetically pleasing, I suppose, is the best way of putting it. We still have the Dragon Hunter Lance at this point, though, so the melee method is still going to be the same, 4-1ing. It autoed us twice there, so I believe we should 3-1 here, and then 4-1. Nice and easy. Humble 0 there, off prey. So during this era, the run energy changes weren't implemented yet, and as such, I very much needed 2 inventory spaces for my stamina potions. But I think these days, even in this setup, but with the run energy changes, I can afford to probably pre-pot a stamina before I enter Ohm, and then simply bring a 4-doser into the fight. I suppose that way it would allow me to bring my tacits if I really wanted to, but this exact setup was how I used to run it at the time, and what was necessary for me. So here on this side, you can see I have different tile markers. This is the 8-1 side. We will have to tank damage. It's actually not right there. Unfortunately, we just splashed and the head didn't turn, but it's actually this hit right here that we have to purposely tank every single time for this 8-1 method. So unfortunately, we do have to tank damage. The mage running is now no longer always 0 damage taken. But the Shadow is so incredibly powerful that the mage hand ends up dying relatively quickly anyway, so it's kind of a non-issue. Let's summon our melee thrall here and get sorted. Oh wow, we are quite low here, and we can't even overload. Okay, I think I was supposed to 3-1 there. Yeah, I was. We still can't overload. This is a pretty unique situation. And the burn is... Oh, that's not good. This is a very rude Ohm right now. Very, very rude. After a pretty clean P1, This is a nasty P2 right now. We're just going to turn the head as we overload here. Okay, we are now situated. Supplies are not looking great, though. The crystal from the floor came out, so we're just going to 1 to 0 there. Oh, another burn. That is very unfortunate. You know, when a ohm fight is going pretty poorly, the burn is so aggravating. Yeah, we're not looking too great here. We got 7 doses for the entire P3 and head phase. The silver lining here is that we won out on the RNG because depending on which side you are with the way the 12-0 method and the 8-1 method works, is that it's really dependent on which side you get ohm spawning on. So for our instance here, we get the damageless side twice. Okay. In all honesty, I think I'm about to plank here. And in all honesty, if I do plank, I'm probably just going to redo this run. It's quite annoying. Yeah, I'm like a little tilted right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, this run has just gone so poorly in this setup. And I just killed... I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving, bro. I just... Oh, I thought about being tilted, right? Ripperino. Let me, I guess we'll re-record that. It's probably for the best anyways. GG. Yeah, that was a rough one right there. Okay. Let's re-gear here. Yeah, most of the runs we've done for this series have been pretty good. The first 2 episodes, if you guys haven't watched those episodes, I think I definitely died on my first ever one. The second one, I'm not too sure. I don't really remember. But yeah, it's not so much that, like, you know, I have to record a perfect run, and if it doesn't go well, I re-record it, because, like, I don't mind dying and stuff, but that one was just really bad, honestly. I kind of wanted to re-record the last one too, actually, the first one we did, but I mean, I think that one turns out okay. All right, let me take a sip of water, because, you know, I'm just yapping this entire time. All right, all right, all right. We can bend the south. Um, we could organize this a little bit better, because it's like, it's not like we need some of these things until the very end. Yeah, so that's probably better. All right. Am I forgetting anything? I don't think so. Okay, let me just check my recordings real quick. This one was episode 8, right? That is not it. Yeah, this is episode 8. Okay. Now we're on episode 9. Alright, alright. Oh, you completed Elite Corrend. Welcome back to another episode of Rags to Riches. We're now on episode 9, and this is a big one. Timeline-wise, we are now sometime in July 2024, or mid-2024s. A couple of months lumped together here in terms of progression. In the middle of July, we had a big pull. We pulled the Tumikin's Shadow. Our Ironman officially has its hands on the first mega rare of the account. And ironically enough, it is the newest raid of the three, the Tombs of a Masket, the Tumikin's Shadow, and obviously I've told this story before, but I really, really wanted the Twisted Bow as my first ever mega rare on the account. That was one of my main goals of playing Ironman, because before Ironman mode, I spent a lot of time doing regular solo chambers. And I was like, you know what? It'd be very sick to pull a Twisted Bow on an Ironman. So that's the reason why I went so hard on chambers and specifically challenge modes. I just fell in love with challenge modes, and I really wanted a Twisted Bow. But ironically, after doing hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of chambers, I never got my hands on the Twisted Bow first, and I kind of burnt out and moved on to the Tombs of a Masket. And I pulled the Tumikin's Shadow as my 25th TOA purple. So it wasn't like I got particularly lucky on that mega rare either. One purple over the 1 in 24 rate. Nevertheless, having the Tumikin's Shadow for Chambers of Xerix is very, very powerful. But that's not the only upgrade we got. We got the Zerite Crossbow. Sometime in mid-July, we got an ACB, and then we also pulled a Nihil Horn at Nex. In 2024, we were doing a lot of Nex with clanmates. We all were Ironmen in need of Torva, in need of the ZCB, the Zera Vam races, and all that good stuff. And doing Nex was like a serious case of FOMO. You know, if other people were doing it, I feel like I had to get to do it myself as well. Anyways, we got the ZCB, we got the Shadow. Let's get into it. Oh, one more thing actually. The Elder Maw at this point now officially had a spec bar, so it's a direct upgrade over the Dragon Warhammer. So we will be using that in our run here today as well. Without any more yapping, let's get into the raid. Let's pre-pot. Using a chugging barrel here, but obviously that wasn't available back then. Just still a quality of life thing we have available these days. Now, if you've been following along the series, you'll know that I've made a few exceptions in my setup. It's not a direct one-to-one recreation, but we did it to the best of our abilities just because we're an Ironman and we don't quite have all the items we used to. So, for example, we're using the Avernic Treads, whereas during this era, obviously that didn't exist, and we were using Primordial Boots, which we no longer have on the account. Likewise, we have the Blood Moon Tassets. We're going to pretend like those are the Bandos Tassets. Offensive stats-wise, I believe they're the same. In fact, the Blood Moons put me at a slight disadvantage because of lesser defensive stats, I believe. Also, you know, I didn't have a Fang Kit, although after pulling the Shadow, I did go for the Fang Kit pretty shortly afterwards, I believe. And also, I'm using an Ultra Ring. We're going to pretend like that's a Berserker Ring. And obviously, you know, I mentioned the Fankit just now. Same thing with the Blorva helmet. That was just a regular Torva helmet, which, you know, in this specific gear setup, it fits quite well. The Blorva helmet, the Bando's chest plate, and the Blood Moon. I don't know. I like this look, but at the time, wearing full Bandos with a regular Torva helm, I gotta tell you, that look is pretty goofy. The helmet just did not look right at all. Anyways, that is Tecton complete. We're going to grab the overload and enhance. We did bring an angler in with us just so we're a little bit healthier after we overload right there. In the crab room we go. We're going to do it the exact same way that we always do in any solo run, regardless of gear. Range first, and then smash these crabs into place for the mage crystal. There we go. Now we get the luxury of wasting shadow charges just to do crab room. We're going to smash this into place. Very conveniently enough, we have another crab lurking over here where I need it to be for the final crystal. Crab room complete. And just like any other raid, we are going to be scavving, although with our inventory situation right now, we're going to have to drop some potions first. Let's restore our run energy. We're going to run past the scav for right now. We're going to have to drop the overload, enhance, and even a stamina real quick. And then let's begin scavving. We now have 3 inventory spaces, just enough room for juice, shrooms, as well as the planks. Which, fortunately enough, we just got everything we need on that first KC right there. Scavving these days is much better than it was in the past. I don't know the specifics, but they definitely made scavving better. You're more likely to get the items you need and in bigger bunches. Anyways, here at Ice Demon, another big change with the Tumican Shadow. We are going to be using said Tumican Shadow on Ice Demon. We're not going to be bofoing it, and we're not going to be doing that melee method with the Fang that we have been in previous runs. So we're going to be chopping here, get our potions back, get a tinderbox. Now, full transparency, this episode 9 here, this is not the first run through. I did a previous recording just now, but it went pretty south. It went pretty wrong, and not just in like a few minor ways to where it's like, oh, you know, yeah, we made a few mistakes here and there. It is what it is, but I genuinely started getting a little frustrated with that run, and by the time I finished it, well, actually, correction, I didn't even finish it. I literally left in the middle. Yeah, I was just quite tilted with it. Wasn't happy with it at all. We didn't even complete the run, so here we are again, and everything about this run so far is going much smoother, from the actual gameplay to the commentary right now. We're a bit more organized, which is probably for the best. Anyways, we've got 2 inventories put into the braziers already. On this third one, we're just going to chop as much as we can. And what we need to do right now, actually, is put these potions towards the bottom of our inventory. So that way, when we withdraw everything else, our inventory stays the same. So into private storage we go, withdraw all, and there's a lot of things we can actually get rid of here. Don't need the Fang, Pickaxe, Lance, Dragon Hunter Crossbow, Stamina Pots, or the Defender. We're going to Elder Maul spec. Just once, actually, because now that we have the ZCB, we're going to want to save some spec for one of the Shamans. Now, this is going to be the shadow method we're doing here. It actually saves a bit of prayer, as we don't need to have an overhead on. We just have Augury camped right now, and we're not burning run energy either. Right now, during this run, I actually am also live streaming. So, yeah, what's going on? Grass is greener. How you doing? So not only is the shadow method much better than the melee method with the fang we've been doing in all our runs, but it is also much lower intensity. I don't have to be clicking every single tick. I appreciate the Twitch follow. Our enhance ran out, so let's resip that. Our overload's going to run out shortly as well. Okay, just as we finish Ice Demon, our overload runs out. Perfect timing, actually. We're going to re-overload 4 shamans here and equip our ZCB, which we're going to put on long range, just so that we get dragged out. And interestingly enough, despite the shadow being a mega rare item, if I'm not mistaken, for this room specifically, shamans, the Bofa setup is still better DPS than the shadow. At least for its time in mid-2024 with these setups, it was. I don't know if the Avernic treads and some of the, other changes and whatnot changes that, but I know for a fact it definitely was better during its time. So whether or not it's actually better these days, I'm just going to use the Bofa here just to be accurate to how it was, how we were doing the raids back then. I ate a bomb there, and we're now 14 health, so a little scary right now. You just got into OSRS Ironman. Hope you're enjoying it so far. It's the early mid game is definitely very, very addicting, honestly. Okay, we're 6 health right now. It's a little scary. Here I am reading Twitch chat on 6 health. Okay. Shaman room complete. We're going to pick up the Buchus. Heading into the prep room now. We managed to not plank, so very nice. We're going to be prepping the same way we have done in all our previous raids. So right here, we're going to plant in both patches, just in case one breaks early. Despite having 99 farming, that can still happen. We're going to put our pots and spade in shared, deposit everything else into private, take the spade back out, take out 13 juice and 8 mushrooms. So that's 3 inventory spaces taken by those things. Fill our inventory with vials, then drop 4 of them. This way we have exactly 21 vials for the 21 brews and restores we're going to be making. Once those vials are filled with water, deposit 10 in the shared. And then we're going to be picking up 8 Buchus for our 8 revitalizations. There we go. We have 8 Buchus. We're going to make the restores now. Played mostly RS3, then took a break, and now decided I'd do an OSRS Ironman. I never played RS3, so I can't really speak on that. But I heard they're doing a leagues right now. Okay, so we take out the 10 vials we previously put away. We got 13 vials in our inventory now, and we have precisely 13 inventory spaces for the Buchu, so it all works out. $13 Buchu now acquired. And the patch broke on the very last one. Okay, good timing. I'm going to make up brews as we make our way into the next room. There we go. Chuck those into shared. And then we're going to need all our mage gear, all our melee gear, but with the fang. Rune Pouch and Thrall Book. Oh, and our ZCB, let's not forget that. Overload Enhance. 1 Prayer Pot, or like Restore, I mean, and 2 Brews. During these Rags to Riches videos, it's kind of difficult whenever I get to the private storage and withdrawing items and whatnot. Because, you know, for every video, we're actually running an entirely different and unique setup. I mean, sometimes it's just one little change. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 items. But the thing about CMs and the way I've run CMs is I've always ran them in a very particular way, a consistent way that's just easily repeatable, and then eventually it becomes muscle memory. But when things change like this from a raid to raid basis, it just confuses me, and sometimes I take much longer than usual at the chest there. And honestly, that's a huge part of CMs in general, solos or teams. It's really the inventory management. It's a huge aspect of doing CMs, honestly. So here at Vanguards, you'll notice that I'm using the Shadow on both the Meleeer and the Major, actually. And that's because the Shadow is actually better DPS than the Bofa setup. So aside from using the ZCB to open up the Vanguard's room here, the range setup is really not necessary. Now, if we had a Twisted Bow, that's a different story. But at this point in time, we don't have one yet. It just goes to show you just how powerful the Tumican Shadow is. And on that topic, after the next room, which is Thieving, I mean, not much to say about Thieving room, is Vespula, and we're going to be using the Shadow for Vespula as well. We're going to go ahead and drop the Overload and Enhance now, as we'll get a fresh new set from Vanguards once we're done. Fortunately, DPS in the last couple of rotations here has been kind of pitiful. There we go. We're going to Fang Spec to finish this one off. No, it digs and doesn't allow us. That's quite unfortunate. Whenever they dig, it really just adds quite a bit of time into this room. So yeah, we got an Overload and Enhance once again. We're going to pick up all the brews and restores. And I'm actually going to sip this Enhance so it lasts throughout this room and Vespula. And drop it so we make room to pick up these grubs. Obviously, this is a relatively new change. Just like an Ice Demon, the Kindling is stackable in your inventory. Here at Thieving, it is also stackable. But this was not always the case. Before, it was very important to clear your inventory. You run right to the chest here. Put away your pots. And even your gear, actually. And that's because back then, run energy was a huge factor. These days, managing run energy is like an afterthought, honestly. And stamina pots are not as relevant. Obviously, stamina pots are still relevant in the Ulm fight. But in all honesty, if you have the right gear setup and you can get through the runes quick enough, run energy is not a problem to get through the rooms. Not even Vespula. Now, if I was still in the Bofa setup for Vespula, I definitely would need the stamina, I think, especially if I'm on the more unlucky side. But we're going to be shadowing Vespula, and in just a second here, you're going to see how strong the shadow is for Vespula. Okay, so we're going to make some weird adjustments here. We're going to drop the Crystal Helm. And then we're going to, obviously, as per usual, we're going to take the pickaxe. We're going to take the stamina. But I say it's unusual in dropping the Crystal Helm because later on floor 3, we're really going to need the inventory space for brews. The thing about this setup and during this era, truthfully, I did plank a few times in this setup because I was really trying to figure out my inventory situation for floor 3. Because I'm carrying so much gear now, I have less room for brews. So in previous runs when we were relying on the Bofa to do Vespula, we packed our inventory with brews and restores. We'd probably have like at least 5 restores in our inventory. But with the mage setup, you can see we're just 1 restore in now, and I mean, we're more than halfway done with Vespula. We're just about done. Although these last few hits, a little unlucky. That should do the trick right there. We're going to drop this overload just because we're going to get a new one. We can just spam click the floor, pick up everything there. The overload's actually about to run out, so a little unfortunate timing. As we're going to have to overload again, even though we just chugged brews, but that's okay. We're going to grab another brew, and we're also going to put away that restore just because we don't need it right now, and in case the rare chance that we don't take that much damage, we have the inventory space to pick up the crystal when we cross the rope. I've made a mistake here, and I tagged both majors, so we're just going to run out and reset the aggro. So we're going to be using the shadow in this room. I mentioned earlier that the only exception was shamans, where the Bofa was better than the shadow. But I do believe the shadow is better in every other room. With the exception of Vasa. Obviously, you have to range Vasa. Okay, let's get our Thrall summoned here. I kind of forgot in the first couple of seconds there. So with the shadow, it being 5-tick, I am stepping back purposely so that we can trade 1-to-1 hits with the NPCs in here. Likewise with the rangers. Okay, my inventory is looking a little funky here. Let's fix some things. There we go. The rangers hit like a truck, particularly now that we're in a mage setup, which is just absolutely made of paper defensively. We're going to want to switch into some better range defense in between our hits. That was actually a chance there. I got a little distracted reading the clan chat. Someone just said Vardorvis is bugged. They're just talking about the loot table. Those Desert Treasure 2 bosses, they do have the occasional troll drops in their drop table. Okay, we are done with Tightrope. I'm going to swap into our melee gear here with the pickaxe equipped. And what we're going to do here, so we already dropped the crystal helm. We're also going to sip the stamina and bank that. And we're going to fill our inventory out with brews. So I touched on this earlier already about my struggles on floor 3 and how I did plank a fair bit during this era with this setup. And that's because of the lack of inventory space. If I brought the crystal helm and kept the stamina pot on me, that's 2 less brews in my inventory. That would be about 5 brews. You do get some back from Vasa, but it's not like I have the space to pick up those brews in that case. And Muttadal room in particular could be quite rude. And oftentimes I would run out of supplies at Muttadal and unfortunately planked there. It was definitely a struggle. So a compromise of sorts I made is Vasa might take a little bit longer now because I don't have the crystal helm. The stamina, honestly, again, this was before run energy changes. It was quite important that I sipped the stamina and then banked it so that I could get through Guardians and Vasa. These days, you know, I might not need the stamina dose at all, to be honest. But keep in mind, back then, there was the run energy management, as well as Vasa just being a bit more tanky than it is now. Vasa has less defense now than it did before. So as soon as we're done with gardens here, what I am going to do is I'm actually going to sip a brew dose here. And then I'm going to purposely overload again, even though I have 30 seconds left. We're not going to be going for the Vasa teleport skip here. That's a relatively new thing. We did not know about this beforehand. But we're low health. It doesn't matter because we eat the teleport anyways. We eat afterwards. We're going to swap into our range gear here with the ZCB. And then the Bofa. Oh, let's equip our Torva helm. That's actually pretty significant DPS difference there. So we gotta make sure we have that on. And then while we're ranging here, since we lack the crystal helm, we put on our ancestral hat instead of the Torva helm. It's just a little less range reduction if I have the ancestral hat on rather than the Torva helm. So this Vasa is actually going pretty well so far in terms of our DPS, despite the loss of the Crystal Helm. But let me tell you, back in the day, like I mentioned with the Vasa having more defense and the run energy changes, I'd be experiencing multiple teleports every single time. Like on average, probably at minimum 2 teleports to deal with Vasa. But here we are, we didn't get a teleport, except for the initial one. So right here, we're going to sip this Enhance, pick up the Overload and Bruise right there. This Enhance should carry us through Mystics and Muttadau, and then we'll get a new one from Muttadau. We may have made a mistake here, because I'm noticing I only have the 2-dose restore in my inventory. Not quite sure what happened there. Perhaps I only brought 1 down. Typically, I would have 2. And at this stage, I'd probably have like 1 full one and like a 2-doser. But I suppose since we only have a 2-doser, I'm going to do a little flicking here, at least with the offensive praise. As I mentioned earlier, this is a re-recording. This is a second run-through with this iteration of gear, as we were quite frustrated on the first one. But hey, even on the second one, we're still making some mistakes. We're getting absolutely slapped right now by these guys. I'm gonna run through. Don't Mike Tyson me, please. I do need you guys to follow me, though. Okay. Very nice. I'm gonna summon a thrall. But yes, I do want to really reiterate that one of the biggest challenges, which I didn't even really consider at the start of the series, is that the ever-changing gear from raid to raid would throw me off this much. And then just how crucial muscle memory would be for like where I'm clicking to withdraw items, even to the actual methods at 4 to 1ing and 3 to 0 versus the scythe methods and the shadow methods. And then combine all that with me talking through the raids, because, you know, if I wasn't recording, I'd quite simply sit here in silence, maybe listening to some music at most. and doing the raid. So like all my focus is there, but when I'm trying to speak and do the raid and I'm not used to the things I'm looking at in my inventory, it's a whole different story. Okay, we're gonna put on some tank gear here. Tanky-ish. Another unfortunate thing that I overlooked right now is that my overload's about to expire in 10 seconds. That's going to be good in the sense that it will heal me if I'm low. So right here, I just took a 20, that overload, another 30. That's going to put me right back up to 94. But here I am, I'm going to have to re-overload in the middle of Mud Owl Room, and I could get comboed out. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm going to preemptively brew a few times here, just to keep our health high. But that is the tree down, and what we're going to do here, we're shadowing the Mudbound. Whereas before, we would be in our melee gear here, and with Dragon Claws, DPSing this down. But with this setup, we shadow the baby. And then for our spec, we have our ZCB. That unfortunately misses. Okay, despite only having 2 restore doses after Vasa, just with a little management, it looks like we're going to be okay right now. I'm going to use the last dose there. This is going to be close, especially if we continue to not do any damage with our Bofa. Yeah, unfortunately the damage here is quite pitiful. Damage-wise, we are missing, I think the number is 2.5% damage from not having the Crystal Helm on, but I'm not too sure on how much it affects our accuracy. But we're definitely missing out on 2.5% damage. Okay, we've made it through though, although that was kind of close. Kind of sketchy. We had just 3 brew doses left. Okay, well that's all the rooms before Olm completed. Let's switch into our melee gear. And actually, we're going to do some reorganizing here because we don't want our range gear at the top. We actually want our mage gear at the top. There we go. Okay, we're going to drop this brew and restore for pre-potting purposes. Open up shared, put those away for now. We're not going to be bringing the Bofa into the raid. We're leaving the Crystal Helm in there. Elder Maw and Lance, we're going to equip the Lance right now so that we remember to put away our Fang and not accidentally bring that into the Olm fight. That would be bad. Bronze Axe into Private. Oh, and another adjustment we're making, we're binning the Blood Moon Tacits in favor of more inventory space. There we go. Inventory's looking real goofy. As I mentioned, you know, with these changes, everything's kind of not where I'm used to it being at. But back then, you know, I did do enough raids to where I'd know how to organize this quicker. But for me right now, this is looking real weird. So let's try to sort this out. Yeah, we'll just go with that. I don't know. Okay, let's... The point is, we have everything we need, though, but things are just looking real weird in my inventory to me. But let's brew up. Actually gonna need another brew. Okay. In we go. Surely we did not forget anything. With this setup now with the Elder Maw, when I enter, I actually do need to drop a brew on the ground just so I can actually have space to equip the Elder Maw. And then with the Shadow, there's a huge, huge difference in how we fight Olm. So right now on this side, we are doing the 8-1 method. And then on P2, we're going to be doing another method, which is the 12-0 method. So with the 2 shadow, which method you do is dependent on which side Ohm comes up on. It's random. It's 50-50 whether it comes up on the west side or the east side. But which side it comes up on is going to affect which strategy, which method you employ. And it is unfortunate that on one of the sides, you do end up taking damage. You have to tank a hit. But I suppose the trade-off is that you can see right there, we're already done with the mage hand. The shadow absolutely nukes the mage hand. So it's very quick anyways. You're not going to be taking much damage. Okay, we have very quickly got into the 4-1 cycle. Nothing new there. We're still using the Dragon Hunter Lance, just as we have done in the previous 8 episodes of Rags to Riches here. No melee weapon upgrade just yet. But going back to what I was saying about the inventory and gear setups, here during this recording of the series, from raid to raid, we are changing our setup, whether that's one item, 2 items, 3 items, whatever. We are changing the setup constantly from raid to raid. Whereas obviously when we were progressing our Ironman, we would be doing hundreds of raids before we got an upgrade. So we would have a lot of time to get used to our new setup. But having a different setup for every raid we do, I swear I'm just going cross-eyed whenever I open up the private storage. Okay, that was P1 complete, nice and clean. I say nice and clean as I proceed to eat a crystal right there. So item-wise, this is definitely everything we had. Okay, I just see right there, I just defaulted in trying to 3-0 because just in our previous run, we were using a trident in 3-0ing. So here on this side, we get to do the 12-0 method. If we are doing this correctly, we should be taking 0 damage, but it took a little bit for us to get into cycle there. Because again, my brain just defaulted into running 3-0 with the trident. So while we brought the Blood Moon Tacits in for the entire raid, we did put it away just so we had more inventory space for Ohm here. And that's mostly, the main reason is because we want to keep our 5 brew to restore ratio as we've used in all our Ohm fights. But also, during this time, it was very crucial that I had 2 stamina pots, like a full dose, like a 4-dose one, and then whatever else I had remaining that was left over from getting through the rooms itself. These days, with the run energy changes, I believe I could just pre-pot that stamina and then bring the 4-doser in, and that would get me through Ohm pretty comfortably. But I suppose in the name of like truly recreating to the best of our abilities how we were doing the raid back then, we just we'll just bring both stamina pots anyways. So right there it autoed us twice and the floor crystal came out, so I think we're gonna 3-1 there, and then oh, I messed up. And then 1-0. Actually don't quite remember what happened in this situation. Oh, well, we're in cycle actually, so I guess that works out. That is very unfortunate. We just sipped a restore dose there, and then it threw a prayer drain mechanic at me. In order to mitigate that, usually I only sip a restore if I'm 10 prayer or below. Which I was right there, so that was just unfortunate. Okay, we're on to P3 already. You can see that compared to previous runs, the shadow is honestly making a huge difference. Okay, I misclicked on the enhance there. So that was unfortunate. I meant to click the restore. Oh, we are messing up here. So with the shadow method, it's very crucial that you have your attack styles, combat options tab binded to your F keys, because you are going to have to flip-flop between accurate and long range depending on which part of the cycle you're on. And as I'm talking here on P3, I have to be careful not to reset the hands. The shadow is very, very powerful. I believe in this exact setup, I have 72 as a max hit. I think. It would be good to know the exact number, but I simply don't really know at this point, to be honest. We're going to pick up this brew while we can. And let's get into cycle here. Got some specials coming out, so we're not in cycle just yet. We do have 100% spec here, so we could go for a second maul. But I would rather stay in cycle here. Even though we're not in cycle right now, but we do have the ability to get into cycle. And we're just about done anyways. Oh, that was actually very poor timing right there. Oh, very poor timing. Because we need to finish the hand over here. Okay, we're looking a little goofy trying to start the range 4-1. The mechanics are just piling on us right now. Oh, and I didn't hit. Okay. Let's get situated here. 4-1 head phase. Oh man, I gotta do a better job of avoiding these crystals right now. Okay, I was just about to complain about the lack of ruby procs, but we get one right there. Very nice. At a certain point, though, obviously we're not going to want any more. Quite low on supplies here. 1 brew dose, 1 revet, but the overload is going to expire in a second here. Not the burn. Ohm just has 80 health left. Okay, we are going to sip the brew here because we were in chance range. Very humble 0 on prey, though. And Ohm down. Now, I'm not going to spoil it, but in the previous episode, we did get a purple. So, unfortunately, no back-to-back. Now, what that purple might be, you're just going to have to make sure you tune into episode 8 if you haven't already. But let me just tell you, it's quite fitting because of a certain gear upgrade we had available for this run. Anyways, that is episode 9. We got a 4037, which is actually, if I'm not mistaken, a pretty significant time upgrade compared to our previous runs. Now, the time it takes for us to do these runs is not going to be entirely accurate to how it was back then for a few reasons. One, the raid is just naturally quicker now with the changes they've made over the years to the raid. And two, I touched on this earlier, but the constant changing of my setup from raid to raid is really throwing me off, and half the time I feel like I'm going cross-eyed dealing with my inventory as well as the private storage. But anyways, let's take a look at our loot. Unfortunately, no purple, but we get mahogany planks and uncut diamonds. 833k. Okay, that one went much better. Do I have it in me to record episode, I guess, 10? So right now, so that was episode 9, our 9th setup. I have a total of 11 setups. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought my 11th setup here would be max gear, but evidently it's not. But yeah, we have, okay, if we include our max gear setup, we have 12 setups already pre-made and ready to go. We just have to run the raids. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some research. And by research, I mean I have to go digging in my screenshot folders for all the KCs I've done. But yeah, anyways, that was 9. We're gonna do 10 next. What did we do? Oh my goodness. We're an absolute unit for the next one. Absolute unit. I'm pretty happy with that recording, and I think I'm actually glad that I re-recorded episode 9 because I think like commentary wise that just went so much better than the first one. So much better. Oh, okay. That was 9, correct? Yep. 10. Here we go. Here we go. We're looking kind of crazy. Okay, all these setups I made, I didn't have the chug jug, the tuna, and the angler in my setup. What have I been missing in the clan chat, actually? Obviously, in running these, I haven't really been paying attention to clan chat. All right. Yeah, not much, honestly. Talking about Vardorvis, talking about 25 milk cooking EXP. All right. Oh yeah, we're using an amulet torture. That looks so weird to me. Like I turned my character around and I'm like, what? Wait, when did the Rancor come out? Oh. Oh, you know what? Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Are we ready to do 10? I suppose let's get to it. All right. Let me look at the notes here. Torva legs and body, August 6th and 7th. Welcome back to another episode of Rags to Riches. We've made it to episode 10. Okay, I said that. That sounds like this is the last episode. It's really not. We still got a few more iterations of setups to get through. But here on 10, and quite frankly, in the last few episodes, we've been getting some major upgrades. You can see right here already, we're now in full Torva. Full Torva, that's right. We got the Torva plate body and plate legs on back-to-back days, let me tell you. So we're still in 2024 right now, but it is now August. I have the exact dates right here. August 6th, we got the Torva legs. August 7th, we got the body. Well, those are the only two upgrades for this raid, but it's pretty massive. I mean, full Torva on an Ironman. Now, okay, yeah, it wasn't Blood Torva. We didn't go for Blood Torva quite yet, but I'm not about to revert my Torva in the name of this episode. I'm sorry. As with all the episodes we've been doing, there are a few exceptions to our gear. We've been trying to recreate the exact gear setups we've had to the best of our abilities, with a few exceptions. First things first, Avernic treads, those did not exist. I had primordial boots, but I don't have primordial boots on my Ironman anymore, so that's unfortunate. Ultor ring, didn't have the Ultor ring yet. Or actually, you know what? I'm gonna have to fact check that. When did I get the Ultor? When did I get the Ultor? Scrolling through. Oh yeah. We got it in December. December 2024. I have indeed fact checked, and I did not have the Ultor ring at this point. So we're going to pretend that this is the Berserker ring. Again, I don't have a Berserker ring anymore because obviously that turned into the Ultor ring for me these days. But yeah, so that's another exception. I mentioned the Blood Torva. Obviously, we didn't have Blood Torva. Same thing with the fan kit. Although, now that I have full Torva and a Tumican Shadow, which the Tumican Shadow was the big upgrade from episode 9. Around this time, I was going for the fan kit, I do believe. Nevertheless, with the exceptions now mentioned, everything else is pretty true to form. Let's get into the raid. It's pre-pot. And then I guess we can bring an angler in, just to heal back up after overloading. Let's get into it. Oh, couple of misclicks there. Okay. But yeah, we managed to get our hands on a Tumican Shadow from the newest raid of the 3 and we managed to get full Torva. And despite camping Chambers' Xerix, going hard on it, like running multiple a day every day in the entirety of 2024, pretty much, we still don't have our hands on a Twisted Bow, which was the thing we wanted the most. That's why we went so hard on doing Chambers, solo Chambers. But yeah, it's just funny how RNG works. I actually put a lot of time in Nex as well, don't get it mistaken. And as I mentioned in the previous video, my Tumikin's Shadow was the 25th purple at TOA, which is 1 over rate because it's a 1 in 24, I believe. So these were definitely very well earned, although I gotta say, at Nex, I was a little bit lucky in the sense that I managed to get all 3 Torva pieces like that and had very little dupes. I think I did have a Torva helm dupe before I completed the Torva set, but only 1 dupe. That is quite fortunate, I'd gotta say. But hey, you know, there's a trade-off somewhere, because with the lack of a Twisted Bow, I think at this point I probably had like 3 Elder Maw pulls. Okay, this Tecton has been quite slow. My thrall just expired. Okay, these days, speaking about the thrall, I do have like a 2-minute thrall. I am master tier, and there was a relatively recent update that gave the GM time thralls to master tier players as well. So kind of got a freebie there, honestly. But for one thing, I don't think I was master tier yet during this era, and well, my thrall times definitely weren't 2 minutes long. Even if I was master tier, but I'm pretty sure I was not. Okay, that's Tecton complete. Okay, I think I made a mistake here, looking at my inventory. I was like, I have 1 less inventory space than I should, and that's because I brought in the salve by mistake. We don't actually need that. We're going to be shadowing mystics, just as we did in the previous episode. But I guess when I was making these setups for these Rags to Riches videos, I mistakenly kept in the salve. But we'll just put that in private storage. The only difference it makes here is that we have to drop that enhance on the ground and pick it back up. Okay, if we're quick enough, we can smash this crab and then create inventory space. Come here, crab. Come here. Okay, we're good. I was actually looking for my Fang, but my Fang actually ended up at the top of my inventory there. Okay, we are going to be scavving like in all our raids, but inventory full, so what we're going to have to do is drop. Okay. Okay, I was a little lost as to what I was doing there. Like, I lost my train of thought, and I was also... I just short-circuited right there. But yeah, we drop our potions over there to make room, and then we begin scavving. I, like, skipped over a few steps there. I was like, huh? But yeah, we're going to need to get our hands on some planks, as well as juice and mushrooms. We don't need Sicily because we already have the enhance. So right here, very fortunate from the 1 scav. That is exactly what we need. 1 extra juice even. Build the storage. And then we're going to equip our Elder Maul here and then deposit all. We're going to be speccing Ice Demon 1 time with the Elder Maul. Hopefully it lands. These potions and stuff we dropped over here, we need to pick those back up. And we also need this tinderbox. These potions, we're going to need to drag them to the bottom of our inventory. Just so when we withdraw everything back for Ice Demon, things are exactly where they should be. Mostly irrelevant here, but for what it's worth, our Inferno Cape, at the time, we only had one Inferno KC on the account, and I definitely turned it into the Max Cape variant, but right now we're just using a regular Inferno Cape. Yeah, we're just skipping over steps on this raid apparently because I just dropped my axe and tinderbox right there and had to pick that back up. I was like, I got some more chopping to do, you know? We're getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, so 2 full inventories into the braziers now, and from now to about 35%, it's just, you know, as much as we can. Sometimes we get really lucky on our drops and we end up getting a full 3rd inventory. Okay, so we chuck that in. Now we can drop the axe and tinderbox. We go into private, withdraw all, and then there's actually a lot of things we can put away. Most of these things down here, actually. And then just make sure we have our overload enhance on us. I'm going to spec 1 time. Very fortunately, it lands. And then we're going to be using the shadow on Ice Demon. So as I mentioned in the beginning of this video, during this time, this was around August of 2024, so Ice Demon was not yet weak to Demon Bane, and obviously during this time Emberlight, while Gothic Sleeps, Yama, Tormented Demons, all of that did not exist, so no Emberlight, and even if we had an Arclight, well, I mean obviously we did have an Arclight, yeah, it's not the meta at this point in time. Oh, we forgot to take out our rune pouch, so we can't even summon thralls right now. I do like this method. This method you can also use with a T-bow, and I think depending on whether or not you land a hammer, that's the difference between the shadow being better than the twisted bow or vice versa. I don't quite remember the details of that. I mean, these days it's irrelevant because you would want to be either, if you're in a team CM, you would probably be either fire surging or using your Emberlight and Burning Claws. Okay, well, let's get our rune pouch out. Turn our run energy back on because we got to get to moving. And as I mentioned earlier, when I say earlier, I mean the previous episode, the shadow is better in a lot of places, with the exception of shamans here. The Bofa actually out DPS's the shadow setup. At least for its time. I'm not sure how things are now with the magic damage redistribution and Avernic Treads being a factor and all that. I'm not entirely sure on that. But at the time, I know for a fact the Bofa was better than the Shadow here at Shamans in challenge modes. Now, regular chambers, that's a different story. I believe the Shadow's better. Unfortunately, our ZCB missed there. Feels bad. Oh, I don't think that shaman quite jumped in the correct spot. Oh, okay. Still works. There we go. Shaman room completed. Into the prep room. And I say this every episode and every CM, really. We prep the exact same way. Plant in both patches. Restore our run energy. Chuck away the potions. And temporarily the spade as well. Put everything away. Spade back out. 13 juice, 8 shrooms. Inventory full of vials. Drop 4 of those. We have exactly 21 vials now. Which is exactly what we need. Once we have the vials filled with water, chuck 10 of them away into shared. I even have left click set to deposit 10. We're going to grab 8 butchers for our 8 mushrooms to make 8 restores. One more, I believe. There we go. Make our restores. As soon as we're done with that, put those away and take the 10 water vials back out of the storage. Now we have 13 vials and we have 13 inventory spaces for Buchu. Okay, unfortunately the patch broke there, but that's why we plant in both. Not that planting in both is like fail proof, but it's very unlikely that you're gonna break both patches, especially 99 farming. Come on. All right, we're done with our 13 brews. Chuck them away. Mage gear out. Melee gear out. And ZCB as a spec weapon. Thralls. Obviously, overload, enhance, and a restore and 2 brews. And off we go. Actually, getting all 3 styles of gear out is just out of habit. And I suppose for one specific reason, and that's just the ZCB spec. But the Shadow is actually better than the Bofa for the Mage Vanguard. We open up with the ZCB spec. I actually forgot to restore there, and my stats are drained, so that's kind of unfortunate. And then, in being distracted, I didn't follow the range Vanguard, so we're just gonna mage it from afar right here. We actually did pretty decent damage right there. The Twisted Bow and the Shadow are actually fairly decent on all the Vanguards. So in a pinch, it's worth throwing out a hit on the other ones, even if you're not in the ideal weapon and armor setup. So yeah, here we go. Shadowing the Major. Better DPS than the Bofa for sure. Although, with the way RNG is working right now, it's not really proving my point. I just hit 2 zeros and then 12. There we go. The game's trying to make me look bad. Alright, let's follow along to where the Ranger's going. We really need to DPS this guy. And in classic fashion, I forgot to summon my thralls here at Vanguards. This is like a regular occurrence for me, just never remember. Almost done here with Vanguards. We're going to be picking up all the brews and revits, and then... Ow, that hurt. And then obviously an overload and enhance. That should do the trick, I believe. Okay, very unfortunate. It digs, so it's going to survive with 1 health. There we go. We're going to want that overload. Okay, so in order to make sure I have room for grubs here, I'm going to sip this enhance and then drop it. That enhance is going to definitely carry us through Thieving Room and Vespula. That just makes room for the cavern grubs. These days, these are stackable, just like back at Ice Demon. The kindling is also stackable these days, but back then that was not the case. So this just speeds up our ability to do this room a little bit. But, I mean, other than that, I mean, there's really nothing too interesting about the Thieving Room. It never has been. It never has been an interesting room. So as we're thieving here, we're actually going to switch into our range gear. We're going to start Vespula with a ZCB spec. And I'm going to get rid of the crystal helmet now. This is just for inventory space purposes for brews. And in the name of not having an overload mid-Vespula, I'm going to sip a brew there and then overload. And as we run here, ZCB on long range spec right here. Unfortunately, it misses. We're going to be doing Vespula with our Shadow. Much, much better DPS than the Bofa setup. And actually even better DPS than the Twisted Bow. One more decent hit should do the trick. Gonna start healing up here. And pick up all these potions. So with the 13 brews and 8 restores we prepped, and the fact that we're picking up all the pots from the bosses in these rooms, we definitely have a ton of supplies. Very comfortable. Okay, right here I'm going to put away one of the restores, take another brew out. And then we'll balance out our supplies a bit better just before we head to Guardians and floor 3 in general. Mentioned earlier that the Bofo is better than the Shadow for Shamans. But the Shadow is pretty much better everywhere else. The Torva helps out greatly right here, flicking into some ranged defense armor for these Rangers. Although, don't get it twisted. they'll still like I can't speak. I was like trying to mix shred and like some other word, and then I ended up just combining all of it into a whole lot of nothing. Just sounds coming out of my mouth. But yeah, you can see we're still getting hit pretty hard here. But there we go. With the shadow, we got through it pretty quickly. We're going to grab the Keystone Crystal here now. And we're also going to need to switch into our melee gear with the pickaxe. And of course the Ultor ring, let's not forget about that. We did camp the Light Bear because obviously we don't need the Ultor for Tightrope or Vespula. And we need the spec back. Okay, so for right here, I'm going to sip the stamina, and I'm going to put that away. And then, I'm going to fill my inventory up. We're going to have 2 restores, and then the rest brews. In fact, I'm going to sip this 1 dose brew, just to get out a full dose one. So we banked the stamina, and we banked the crystal helm, just to create more room so that we have enough brews. We're going to be getting some brews back from Vasa as well. Now, in episode 9, the previous episode, I mentioned during this era, I did die a few times on floor 3 because of the lack of inventory space, lack of brews to deal with all the damage we take at Multistreaming. And you know, the few brew doses you had to sip here and there for Vasa and Mystics as well, it all just added up. As a compromise, I decided to bin the Crystal Helm, which does affect our DPS at Vasa a little bit. And the stamina, quite important back in the day to sip the stamina dose, so that we could get through Guardians and Vasa without running out of stamina. These days, honestly, you probably don't have to sip the stamina at all with the run energy changes, but I did so anyways, just for like accuracy purposes, I suppose, and also just comfort, you know, keep our stamina up nice and high. Overload expired. So the overload actually expired at a nice time here. I get to re-overload, and I know that it won't run out in the middle of Vasa. It could be kind of sketchy to overload in some rooms, like in the middle of some rooms, like Vespula, Vasa, and Multistreaming, obviously. Okay, I do have a tile marked here for Vasa teleport skip. I'm not going to use it though because, well, back then we didn't know about this technology. We have new technology. Okay, too busy talking here, but let's get into our range gear. ZCB spec. With the Ancestral hat on instead of the Torva helm, just slightly less range reduction. Make sure we get our Thrall going, too. So having full Torva now, that does give us several extra max hits, I do believe. On top of just how tanky you become in full Torva, it's actually insane. One more hit there, and then onto the crystal. So at the time of this recording, we have Oathplate, we have Torva, and I don't know if Jagex intended for this to be the case. I think they wanted Oathplate to be... Or, let me rephrase. I get the impression they wanted Oathplate to be niche, and Torva to still be, like, the de facto best in slot armor, but it hasn't really been like that. In fact, now it seems like Torva is the niche armor, you know? It's like the TOA gear, because the, like, Slash and Oathplate is just so good at so many places. Okay, anyways, we're gonna sip restore here, combine the 2 into 1 inventory space. Now we can equip our shadow. Okay, I'm gonna need this mystic to come over here so I can corner safe spot it. So we're not just getting absolutely ragged by the projectiles. A bit late to summon that thrall, honestly. One mystic down, 2 to go. So we're not going to be meleeing anything in the Mudala room, but the Torva armor is going to help out greatly in tanking. It's going to really reduce the damage we take at Mudala. Although sometimes you just never know. Sometimes I feel like the game and Mudala just decides, you know what, you're dying today, and especially in a challenge mode, it's like, it is what it is. Sometimes you're just resigned to your fate. That's what it feels like anyways. I mentioned overload timing and how it's bad in some rooms, but it looks like we're going to be... You know what? We're going to purposely avoid that. We're going to sip a brew dose right now and overload, and then sip more brews, just so we don't have to overload in the middle of Mudada. Okay, and in we go. We also should have just preemptively swapped into tank gear, instead of doing it while we're already in the room. That's okay, though. Okay. Baby doll being at 56%, we're just going to stop hitting it now. We're going to focus on staying alive and chopping the tree. Almost done with the tree. One more chop. And then we're going to summon a thrall as well. Oop. We're employing the step under method, and we're also flicking into our tank armor. Same concept as we did at tightrope. There we go. Oh, and let's ZCB here. Oh, don't chop me. Oh, that was a that was a very scary and potentially fatal misclick right there. And once again, our ZCB misses. Why did we even bring this thing? Oh. So not bringing the Crystal Helm is a bit of a DPS loss. I know for a fact it's like 2.5% damage. Not quite sure on the details of the accuracy changes. But in the name of bringing more brews for survivability, I think it's worth it. Once we get our hands on a Twisted Bow, on the other hand, you know, like, this is not something we have to concern ourselves with. If we had a Twisted Bow, we would already be at Ulm right now, I gotta say. We'd be in the fight. Okay, let's pick up those supplies. I don't know why I didn't pick those up there, where I usually do that every single time. Okay, as we run the Ulm here, we're gonna heal all the way back up. And we're also going to adjust our inventory here. So we want our range gear in the second tier, second row of our inventory. So we swap into our mage gear first and then melee. So that puts our mage gear at the top. And then let's put away everything we don't need. First things first, we get the lance to replace our fang that we have equipped. To make sure we don't accidentally bring the fang in. That would be tragic. And then Dragon Hunter crossbow and buckler. Still not going to bring the crystal helm in. And then we're not bringing the bofa in either. So this is where, you know. Okay, all right. I just thought about it real quick. In the previous runs, we would bin our what is our Torva legs in this run, but was the tacets in favor of inventory space. But what we're going to do here is we're going to be sipping the stamina dose and then banking it so that we still have the same amount of brews and restores that we always use. We're going to reorganize our inventory a little bit here. Looks like an absolute mess. But yeah, you can see here we have the exact amount of brews and restores that we always have in every single run. That being 5 brews and 2 restores. So with that, we are good to go. Let's pick these pots up from the ground and just double check in one last time. We are good to go. Hammer unfortunately misses, but we're going to send another hammer. As when we're doing the mage running, we're going to be equipping the light bearer anyways. We actually get the good spawn here, and what I mean is that we're going to get the damageless 12-0 side of mage running twice. I say damageless as I mess up there, and then I take 9 damage. Yeah, you know, assuming you actually, you know, are a good player and stay in cycle, you're going to take 0 damage on the side, but hey, we messed up. Okay, looks like we did not finish the hand here. Okay, now on to the melee hand. Look at the Torva coming into play, a 0 range off prey. We'll sip of stamina here. We're going to have the 3-1 twice here, I think. Did I just do that a third time? I might have just did that a third time. Yeah, I done goofed. Oh, Torva coming into play again. We only got hit a 3 off prey. The Torva's tankiness is honestly ridiculous. Like, never mind the offensive stats it gives you, right? But, like, it's just absolutely... You're an absolute unit. Both in looks and stat-wise in Torva. P2. So here we are on the 8-1 side. We're gonna be taking damage. Just because we want to be efficient with our hits. Okay, unfortunately it didn't turn right there. That's... You're going to be taking 2 hits now. That's honestly very unlucky that the head doesn't turn, because you have your thrall going, which is supposed to prevent that from happening, but that can still happen. Okay, so the crystal came out from the floor, so we're going to 1-0 once. And we also got auto twice, so after the 1-0, we're going to 3-1 here. And we should be in cycle. Okay. That was user error right there. I lost a tick. We hit a max hit right there, but we weren't fully potted, unfortunately. Ouch. You know, the Torva might be great for tanking range hits, but not so much mage hits. There we go, P2 complete. Took a bit of damage there, but we're still good, all things considered. Unfortunately, hammer misses. Light bearer on though, so we'll have spec again. So I'm pretty comfortable with the shadow mage running method these days, but I gotta say, when I was learning it, it was actually kind of frustrating. And it wasn't frustrating because it was difficult in the traditional sense, like, you know, like I just don't understand what's going on. It was just because, like, it was very tough to get the practice in for it, because you would just absolutely blast the hand and it'd be dead before you knew it. So I would be constantly trying to get into cycle, but like all the hits I would do, like it would just finish the hand, and I'm like, oh, I hit the hand like 9 times and now it's dead. It's like, well, it's too powerful. Okay, I walked back into that falling crystal. That's on me. I'm brewing there because that's technically chance range. Max hit is a 43. I was 41. Not risking it. Although I probably have, you know, tanked a few of those. 31. Oh, crossbows are still on long range. That's not good. That 6 ticks them. Definitely not. Oh! Hmm. You know, that wasn't a max hit there, but I got comboed out by the falling crystal. That's quite unfortunate. You know, if you're gonna do this raid thousands upon thousands of times, for one thing, you're gonna start getting careless, and also mistakes are gonna happen. It is what it is. Oh my god, we're that was crazy. The only way to prevent what just happened to me there is, well, you know, one, you know, try not eating a falling crystal next time, noob, right? But also, don't even sit that low health, you know? I think if I was a group hardcore, I'd probably be like 70 health minimum at all times. I say group hardcore because regular hardcores have safe stats in chambers, but not group hardcores. If you ask me, group hardcores are the real hardcores. Yeah, if I was a group hardcore, I'd probably be packing a lot more supplies rather than switches. Also, I probably wouldn't be soloing if I was a group hardcore. It's a name, you know, it implies to have a group. Well, that is another raid completed. Honestly, very sad that I died, but I mean, most of the run went pretty well. I'm not gonna re-record just to hide the fact that I planked or anything like that. It's fine. You know, we got the message across, you know, like, you know, this new setup with full Torva. And hey, it goes to show you, you know, you could be in some tanky gear, but then if you just don't play correctly, boom, you're dead. Okay, I have no inventory space right now. What's our loot? Quarms and sapphires, 373k worth of loot. All right, there we have it. We're now in the full Torva era, and you know what? In combination with the Zerite Vambraces that we did pull a while ago, I'm speaking as if we were in August 2024 here. We already had the Zerite Vambraces, we already had the Torva Helm, and we recently got the Zerite Crossbow, and now we have full Torva. I was effectively done with Nex at this stage. Alrighty, alrighty. And playing in there was very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Hmm. Alright, do I have it in me to do another one right now? You know, if I was just sitting here in silence doing chambers, solo CMs, I could do this quite literally all day, but the commentary is like it's actually pretty tiring, you know? Especially if I want to actually be like speaking about things that, you know, pertain to what we're doing here. All right, what should we get up to? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing another one right now. But we did 8, 9, and 10 today. Not bad, not bad. As I said before, we have a 11 set up. I guess I can sneak peek what 11 is right here. Oh my god, we got the scythe and an amulet of rancor. But then our range gear is exactly the same as it has been from episode 1. So we have max mage for its time and max melee. But we still have the exact same. Well, I mean, we got the Zerite Vambraces, which is an upgrade. We didn't start with that, but actually, let me go back. Setup number 1, Barrels gloves. Yeah, a mystic rope top. 2, Barrels gloves. 3, Barrels gloves. 4, 5, 6. Oh, you know what? We got those Air Van braces. Like, okay, I mean, let's be honest though. Like, while those Air Van braces are an upgrade over the Barrels gloves for range, it's like it's not that big of a difference. Like, you don't pull those Air Van braces and then you like, it's like a magical thing. In fact, I think for like solo CM speedrunning, I don't know if this is still the case, but I think there was a good while where people didn't bring Zarite Van braces in. They would just bring their Tormented bracelet. Well, not these days, the Confliction gauntlets and Ferocious gloves. Alrighty. I do have to think about some lunch in a second. Question is, do we just want to take a quick lunch break and then continue, or should I just call it here? Hmm. What should we do? What am I gonna eat? Okay, I can't say I'm too surprised here, but our most recent Gim video is not doing so hot. In fact, I lost a subscriber. It's over. It's over. So with the Gim series we have going on YouTube right now, a lot of it I recorded ahead of time. This is just so like we have it on a consistent schedule. I I really don't want to upload one video one week, 3 videos next week, and then like no videos for another 3 weeks type thing. Um, and like admittedly, like I'm not producing like settled level content, so it's like it's not content that someone would sit around like a whole month or like multiple weeks just for one episode. It's I guess like the best comparison is like it's like Mr. Mammal type videos, or I don't watch too many RuneScape videos, so that there's not too many comparisons I can draw to. But I guess the best way is Mr. Mammal, like where he uploads like every couple of days. Sometimes maybe like a slightly bigger gap than that, but it's just like consistent update videos. Where he like gets into like different grinds in RuneScape, and like that's kind of the format I try to follow. Although we are, just like with the Rags to Riches videos, we are like branching out to like different series. We're just like depending on what kind of content we're doing. Um, but the game videos are just consistent. It's something you can expect twice a week, which in the beginning I actually did not do twice a week, and that's why I have such a huge backlog of videos coming out right now. So for reference, the video that just came out, not today but yesterday, that was probably recorded a good couple of months ago. Someone said, good morning, good morning. Always gotta say GM in the clan chat. But yeah, I really need to figure out some food right now. Okay, also, I guess, question is, if I do keep going, like if I just take a quick lunch break, keep the stream up, come back, what am I doing? If we know what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do that. But if not, I'm just gonna end the stream, I suppose. Um. Oh, you know what though? Actually, we've already streamed for like over 4 hours. That's, in the past, me would have been like 4 hour stream. I gotta keep going, right? But let's be honest though. I think like 8 hours into a stream at that point, I wouldn't be talking like I am right now. I'd just be the energy would be a lot lower. The things we do in the game might not be as engaging. So yeah, I guess I made my mind. I'll just call the stream here. We gotta find a balance, which is what I've been trying to do for the last few weeks, few months now. Just gonna yap a little bit here, but years ago I played a lot of Fortnite. Now I was in my Fortnite era, and I was uploading videos almost every day. I was streaming almost every day for like a ton of hours. And in all honesty, I should have put more effort into the videos. And when I say that, I don't mean like upload even more, but I'd like to think I was like fairly good at Fortnite. And I actually could have ran with it, but I just didn't know how to do the streams and YouTube really. It is what it is though. And these days we are a washed up old school RuneScape player. Also, we just got a YouTube subscription. Appreciate it. The thing about those YouTube subs is sometimes I don't know if they are like in the stream or if they just subbed off of watching like a video or a short or something. But when we're live streaming, and if you do have your subscriber list publicly available, it does show up in our YouTube chat. All right, enough yapping. This was a good stream actually. Got 3 Rags to Riches videos recorded. Had to re-record some bits though, but that's all good. With that being said, I'm going to call it here. I will catch you guys on the next stream. Until then, take it easy. Have a good one. And peace.